Test. Oh, yeah. Rorts. How's it going, Rorts? Good to see you. My old friend, my old pal, Rorts. What's new, buried in work? I've also been buried. Buried in work, buried in being a dad. Yeah, it's been crazy. Hey, Blind. Good to see you. Rorts, I'm glad you're doing all right though, bud. Guys, I hope you're all doing well. Dad work is good work. Just... sometimes it's unpredictable, you know, and yeah. Adaraz, good to see you. How are you doing, Adaraz? Blind, I hope you're doing well, man. Good to see everybody. I'm not even prepared for this. I'm not even prepared. I don't even... You know, I kind of know what I need to work on. But then, like, I also don't. Oh, man. It has been a whirlwind of so many different things. It's crazy. I'm good. I think I've been motivated to see if I can make my own RimWorld mod. I hear you. Your own RimWorld mod, huh? So, like, what would that even... how would you even code that? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what language? I don't even know. I actually don't think I've played RimWorld. Now, unless you want to talk about me playing RimWorld. Yeah. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Nacor. It's been like, what? 7,000 years? And you still remember Hot Lady Pirates? Yeah, maybe a weapon. I dig ninja stuff. I'm unsure. XML is what some articles say. Right. XML. I mean... I don't know. It's just... XML's kind of like, You might not enjoy it. You know what I'm saying? You might not enjoy it. It's strict and verbose, yeah. It's like if you. So here's one of the problems with XML, yeah. Oh man, I have something to put on screen, but I don't want to put it on yet. I want to wait for the regulars to come in, and then I want to put this thing on screen that I have. And then I want people to freak out about it. Anyways, so here's the deal with XML. You know how like, I don't know, with JSON, let's say, not JSON 5, but like, or like current JSON, and not JSON. If you if you put an ending comma where it's not, where like it's not actually the end. No, I've got that all wrong. If you put an ending comma at the end, you know what I mean? If you put it at the end where it's supposed to end, and so you put that like a trailing comma, right? It just kind of leaves the door open. You know, when you're like, yeah, at the final statement, right? You're like one of those girls who like wants to keep their options open, so you like friend zone the last thing. It's like, yeah, will I, won't I, you know, just in case, just like a backup, you know. And then JSON freaks out, and it's like, no, you can't do that, right? Because like JSON is like a red-pilled man. It's like, no, you don't friend zone me, right? So take that, okay? Take that, and it's like XML times 100. Okay, it's XML times 100. It's that trailing JSON comma in XML times 100. The littlest thing wrong with XML is like, XML is just like, no, not having none of that. And then you have to go back to RimWorld. Not the video game. Know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? Heyo! Get right here. It's okay, Blind. I said everything I had to say. All right. You're in for some pain with XML. That's all I'm saying. You're in for a little bit of pain, just a little bit. But here's the thing. If you know that going in there, Blind, like if you know, probably gonna get friend zoned by XML, all right? And you're just like, okay, fine, I'm just gonna be friends with XML, but I'm not gonna have like a long-term commitment. This isn't gonna turn into a budding relationship. And if you just know that going in, okay, what you get out of it is you get to say, I made a mod for RimWorld, right? So, you know, you take the wins, you take the losses. Friend zone with benefits, yeah. It's friend zone with benefits, yeah. So, you know, you could be friend zone, but then you can go back to your friends and be like, dude, I got friend zoned, but last night. Know what I mean? Last night you should have seen XML and I did the dance. It could be. It could be. Friend zone would be good, yeah. Get Rorts, get XML to hook up with Devin. They are a match made in heaven, those two. That I'm excited for. My best bro showed me RimWorld in the beta. We still share game gossip. Nice. Nice. Yeah. So where it's at. All right. Coo. I think it's showing up on my screen. I think my screen is all set up. I think I've got everything laid out the way I want. Got the music going. What's this literate programming for? Yeah, this is what I'm working on. So this is a tool I've been working on. All right. And essentially what this thing does is it's literally a you'll have to bear with me because I'm trying to find like a nice quick way to explain it. The quickest way I can think of right now is that you document first. It's almost like, okay, yeah. Let me try this. I'm working on a good explanation. But essentially what you're doing is you're writing an essay for your code. You're explaining the problem that you're trying to solve with your code. And then what you do is you write the actual code that you would normally write inside your documentation next to your explanation. I've been working on this. I have examples. I have this thing running. I just got to make some final tweaks because then I'm going to use it everywhere. But here's kind of the deal. So org mode. Yeah, it's like org mode. Yeah. It's like org mode. So without getting into too many of the details up front, it basically like, look, I have some code here, right? It's just a code block in Markdown. And I've chosen Markdown because it's a format a lot of people get. It's understandable. There's a common. It's easy to pick up. You don't have to be a developer to do it. You know, just whatever, right? So you write out the explanation of your code. Then you write your code like I have here. And then what you do is you add in your code block special attributes. So you'll notice I have JavaScript. Excuse me. Space. Lit type code. So that's an attribute. Space. Lit name. Code block class. And that's a variable name. So I'm literally saying to the Markdown file, but it's not straight up Markdown doesn't do this. There's an additional parser, which I'm going to show. But I'm basically saying like there's special attributes. I want to identify this thing, right? That code is like, yeah, thanks. And so then what you do is you do that across the Markdown file or files. So you can have an entire directory structure with Markdown. And some Markdown files can just be like pure explanations. Some Markdown files can be your code. Some Markdown files can be just your code. Some Markdown files can be your code and explanations. Some Markdown files can be like an added plugin, like Excalidraw, or whatever. Doesn't matter. The tool that I've built will read all the Markdown files in a project folder, and it'll look for these code blocks with these attributes. So you can see it's going down, and then I explain, here's why I need this function, and here's some stuff that I need to do, etc., and then here's some code, and why do I have this code, and here's what it looks like, and right. So you document first, and you get. So for me in particular, this is great because when I'm architecting or I'm mostly working on myself or I'm working on stuff that other people are going to see a lot of, which I do all the time, this is a good way for me to put my thoughts on Markdown and structure my thoughts and then write some code. And I can even pseudocode as I go along. And if my pseudocode turns out to be great, I just, pull it in. So then what happens at the very, very end, some cleanup I have to do in here, but very, very end, you reference the stuff you made. So if you made, a block called block arrays, whatever, like a code block of block arrays, which you can search for here. So let's see if we can, right? So there it is, right? It's just literally arrays, right? And then, so what'll happen is you reference those literate programming block codes, let's call it. They become literate programming block codes by name. You give them a name, and then you reference them. And then what you do is you write out an output file, which is at the very, 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 very end here. So you can have internal referencing. You can have one code block reference another code block, etc. But at the end, you want this to go into a file, right? You want to generate a file as if you had handwritten it without any markdown. And so that's what you do here. You have an output type, and it wrangles together all the block codes that you've named and puts them in whatever order you want to put them in. This is going to be the output of, the composite output of all your stuff, right? And so what's going to happen is it's going to create this file called parser _v_03. 0.3, because that's the version, right? Because that's what I named it. So it's going to put all that together, and then that's about it. And so then I'm running Obsidian, and what Obsidian does, because it's a markdown and it's got some plugins, I can just do a keyboard combo, and I can run the actual code, like the tangler. We call it the tangler. It tangles all this code together. Right, so just did it, and because of my configuration, it pulled in whatever it pulled in here, right? And so I can go look this up now. So let me pull this up. Okay, so there it is in Sublime, but whatever. There it is in Sublime. And that's the tangled code. And some of this code actually even references other markdown files that are nested inside the subfolder structure of the main project. So you can see that it even tells you where it got it from, like which block and which markdown file. And so then you can always go back to see wait, why did I make this here? Right? And so then you'd go and look at the markdown file, and you'd go back and, read it, right? So if you're just reading from the code side, you can always know where it came from and go back and read the explanation as to why it got where it got. So pulls it all together as if you had, done it yourself, right? So cool. So then what you can do is you can add some configuration values. Hey, Sergeant. You know what's not right about the stream right now? You. I'll put on the Mario hat in a minute there, Sergeant. So then what you can do is you can have a config markdown file. And you can tell the tangler to do specific things. You can ignore certain files, include specific ones, whatever. Change some of the configuration values so that you don't have to put the source code, the source stuff out. You can just put out the raw code. You can also do imports. So in here, let's say that I have an existing code base and I want to pull in code into my markdown from an existing code base, and I want to do it in one of two ways. I either want it as part of my markdown, literally an import. It's like an injection code to this block of whatever code block in my markdown. So I can do that. I just set a particular type here and particular attributes, and then the importer works. And I can also just import code and put it into an ephemeral variable. So I can do an on-demand import. So if I if I want to play around with the tangler to mix and match different kinds of files, because I'm trying to figure out, like, I don't know, I'm doing a thought process and I'm trying to figure out what the output's going to look like if I take this from there and that from here and whatever, pull it together and see what it looks like in an output file, then I can do that. And I can also do injection into an existing code base. So I can define that I want particular code blocks, which I thought I had up here somewhere. I want it to go into an existing code base. And the way that I can do that is I can set like the file that I want to target and the line numbers, or I can even go and I wonder if this will, oh yeah, it pulls up. I can, no, I want version 1. I want version 1. Where's version 1? Here. There we go. I can tag my existing code with a lit tag here. And the tangler just knows to read the file that I'm telling it to, find the starting tag and the ending tag by name, and it'll pull in that code. So whether it's an existing code base, brand new, whether I want to mix and match, sometimes I want to generate everything from the markdown, sometimes I don't. If somebody else makes a change without going through the documentation, the markdown for whatever reason, and it goes past a pull review and nobody notices, like you can, there's tons of options here to like kind of work your way around issues. But essentially, the key takeaway is you write out what you want to do. Let me get the Mario hat, and then I'll explain why I'm finishing this up today and why I'm building this thing. Mario hat incoming. It is the Mario hat, right? Yeah, it is the Mario hat. Of all the hats, you chose the Mario hat. I don't know why. Are you the people now, Sergeant? Panda. Crap. Crap. Panda is here. You know what that means? That means Panda and my daughter are paying the rent now. Only because Panda's gonna have cute little conversations with my cute daughter. Says cute things all the time. And people are gonna pay boatloads of money to see that. Me, on the other hand, I'm pulling a cold hard 11 viewers. Cold hard, baby. Paying that rent. You know what I'm saying? Panda, how are you doing? XP, how are you doing? Okay, so I was in the middle of a convo before I was rudely interrupted. I do, Panda, I do. I do start slow. Yeah, that's what someone said. Good, you're doing good. I'm glad, Panda. I'm glad you're doing well, man. Panda is a very good friend of mine. I'm glad he's doing well. Kilosh. Third. Yeah, XP, I am in a good mood. I'm feeling good today. And I've got some stuff I got to tackle, so you know, I've managed to get few things behind me, which means I can stream and catch up with you guys and make sure you're all doing well. You know, honestly, that's really kind of like the key The key thing about my stream is catching up with all of you. Hey guys! Oh, Stubborn Jabber 9, no way! Hey, so first of all, Stubborn is sorry for bothering us. He wants to offer us a promotion, and his price is lower than any competitor. And it's guaranteed to be the best. And it's flexible and convenient order management panel, chat panel, everything's in my hands. I have a huge number of custom settings. And all I have to do is go to SteamRise. You know, just for that, shout out to Stubborn. You know what I'm saying? Who gave Stubborn the cojones, the confidence to think he could come into my stream, okay, and drop this kind of ridiculous advertising and not think that I wasn't gonna meme the living hell out of it. This is content. What Stubborn doesn't realize is that he's giving me content. So thank you, Stubborn. You moronic idiot. Can't believe you thought that would work. Now, if you all give me a second, I have to go to a website briefly. SteamRise.com. Just kidding. Just kidding. All right. So why am I doing this literate programming tool? Okay, so now that I've explained it. Chaz. What up, Chaz? How you doing, Chaz? Hope you're doing well. What's up, bud? How's the family doing? We're doing all right. Every single one of us is either sick or getting over being sick. Which is crazy. But things are under control, finally. It's been crazy. Work is somewhat under control. I'm going to catch up tomorrow. So I'm feeling all right. I'm feeling all right. Documenting things got to be slow, but when you need that info, would feel pretty clutch. Yeah, so I'll explain. I'll kind of script. I'll explain how you script the line blind. I don't actually think it's that hard. When you have kids, it's a must to spray them down with Lysol when they walk in the door. Dude, Chaz, you know. Chaz knows. When your kid goes to school, okay? Look, when your kid goes to school, they are nothing. Yeah, with 4, dude, yeah. They are nothing but walking germ factories. Here's what happens when they go to school, all right? If you don't know, schools are a cesspool. Okay, like, don't do this if you don't have a kid. And if your kid does not go to this school, okay, don't just show up at a random school to do what I'm about to tell you to do. Okay, that's just freaking weird, and you're gonna get arrested. All right, so don't. Okay, just within reason. Just don't be dumb about this. Okay, I trust my viewers know what I'm about to say. So listen, it's like one of those like take your parents to school day. Like that's happened with my kid, right? So she'll be like, come check out what I do at school, Daddy. It's like the cutest thing ever. Right? So you get up in the morning, everything's great. You're like, yeah, I'm gonna go see what my kid does at school. This is fantastic. You know, she's being all cute, and you do up the ponytails, or whatever you do with your kid, put him in a superhero costume, whatever that you're doing that like makes you feel that like I'm ready to go see what's going on at school. right? And then you drive over and your kids like saying cute things, you know, at their age, depending on the age. If the closer they are to teenagehood, the stupider things they say. No, not always, not always. Okay. You have to sanitize your kids like Bunce package Jason to ensure others don't get sick. That's right. Sorry, when kids get... Yeah, we'll get there. So you've had a good morning and everything's good. And then you show up at school and you're about to walk up to the door and the other kids are coming in, right? And for the most part, you know, everything's normal. And then you just hear like two of the kids are like this. They're coming in, they're like this. Except they're not covering their mouth. And then you're like, all right. And then in the back, you know, the back row, you just somewhere in the back, right? You just hear this. True. Except it just you can hear the liquid expel with force from every top orifice. And then, depending on which kid, if they're low to the ground, if it's like a short kid, you don't just hear like achoo, you know? You hear the achoo, and then you hear the entire set of liquid splat on the ground. You haven't even entered the school, yo. You're not even in the school. Okay? Once you get in the school, you accidentally go to touch one of the like a bar, like, you know, going up a ramp or something, or going up some stairs or whatever. You're going to touch it because like maybe you're helping your kid out, or you're going to go up and you just want like something to hold on. There's just something wet and weird, maybe sticky, you know, and you're like right in the middle of the school, which means like all the bathrooms are exactly equidistantly whatever away from you, right? They're like exactly the furthest away in any given directions, 360 degrees. So like washing your hands is like not any, you know. So then maybe you're trying to find like the science room, but then like you know, when you're at the lower grades, it's not really a science room. The kids kind of like share most of the rooms. Like, so then you're like not using this hand, right? And so then you get by for like 5 minutes not using this hand. Okay, so this hand's like done. You're okay. 5 minutes pass. You're like, okay, I think I got this. I just got to get my kid to her class. I just got to watch for a few minutes. And they're just going to be like, hey, I just got to go to the bathroom, wash my hands, right? You're like, I think I got this. I'm an adult amongst a bunch of kids. I can handle a dirty hand. And then your kid, who's right next to you, goes, achoo, like that. Daddy, can I hold your hand? Other hand taken. You know, like at that point, you might as well just have a sign on the back of your head. You know, it's to like sneeze and cough on me. Just like fall to the ground and just let the kids roll all over you and like spit on you. You know, just you might as well just like. So yeah, when you have kids, they bring home all kinds of stuff, which means you have to have like. You gotta be on top of it. And you can see chat popping off. Lots of people know what I'm talking about. Yeah, directly in your face. Yeah, chat. It's like, do you have no idea? How many times have I explained to you that stuff flies? You can sneeze or cough and it can fill a small room within like seconds or less. Yeah. Fix a lot of leaks in the roof and misfired immune system. Damage is already done. It is genuinely a good way for kids to get exposed to a bunch of good, like to a bunch of different germs and stuff. And then it gives them that immunity, right? Like, that's why kids play in sand and dirt and stuff. It helps with that immunity. Like, not too much, obviously. You don't want to like steep them in germs, but it's a good way to like build it up a bit. But you know, at the ripe old age of 40. At the ripe old age of 40. Yeah, having to remind your kids to wash their hands all the time. Sphere still 40. Arvis, how you doing, man? Good to see you, Arvis. So yeah, there you go. That's yeah. That's the short version of what it's like to have kids. Arvis, you're so? Dude, are you okay? I hope everything's okay, man. I gotta clean my glasses, guys. Sorry. Can't see what chat. I cannot see without my glasses. So if you guys are chatting at me, could be chatting something like Spiro's the stupidest ever. I wouldn't even know. All right. Address. Why is everyone streaming at the same time? Who else is streaming? Really? You've been 40 since you were 18? It's the man behind the glasses, XP. Got me. I can't believe how smart Carrie's for. Alright. Your bones hurt, Adoraz? My bones hurt all the time. Oh, Ryan and Travis are going? Is Travis on? CR40, yeah. Hang on, is Travis actually on? Oh, man. Oh, they are. Yeah, and Ryan's going. Coppinger's going. Yeah, Arvis, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Let's give a shout out to Travis. And then we'll give a shout out to Ryan later. Yeah, Arvis. I mean, it sucks. It does suck that we all get on at the same time. It's it's the way it worked for me in particular this week. It sucks. I don't know. It's like something post-eclipse, but honestly, I wouldn't blame you if you're gonna watch Ryan and Travis. They're pretty dope, man. They're pretty dope. And what am I doing? What am I doing? I'm writing literate programming parsers. Travis, I mean, mind you, this is a gateway drug back to everything else I've been doing, but like Travis is doing Vulkan from scratch with C. Ryan's doing like, yeah, I'm talking about Snot and stuff. Ryan's doing Elixir. I'm doing literate programming. You know, like, what the hell? Of course you're going to want to watch them. Of course you're going to want to watch them. By comparison? Pathetic. Okay. Why am I building a literate programming parser? Now that I've explained what it is and how it works. I've got a secret project I'm working on. Nobody knows about. Because I may be one person in the whole entire Earth. XP, I do illiterate programming all the time. So, that project in particular needs a lot of thought. And I do a lot of pseudocode and a lot of, like, I write down a lot of notes and then I lose it. Embrace illiterate. I was doing illiterate programming before programming of literate or illiterate was even known. Literally programming? Pff. Skill issues. And a lot of the video game stuff requires a lot of thought too. A lot of stuff I'd like to get down, documented properly, structured correctly. There's to-dos everywhere. There's stuff we talk about that I lose sight of all the time. It's the contract job that I've got. There's a lot of stuff I need to clean up on there, especially over the next 24 hours. I might stream some of that. But there's like almost no documentation in that code base, and debugging stuff without documentation is really hard because we have no idea what the business logic is for a lot of the code. So, put all those things together. And the literate programming part, yeah, go-tos. I know, not enough go-tos, Arvis. The literate programming parser is something that I attempted to do many years ago. I got reasonably far with it, and then I kind of gave up with it because I felt like I was the only one that who's going to use it, which I probably am. But so then I looked at it this way. How about I do it again? I fix all the problems that I had from before, and I add features so that if I am the only person using it, no one's going to care. But if somebody wants to make use of all the documentation I write, because I tend to write a lot, if I have a tool like this, I tend to just lean into this hard and like architect stuff and do a whole bunch of stuff. And people can read why I made the decisions I made in code, and my code lives right next to my documentation. And they don't have to use the tool necessarily. They can go right to the code and write code the way that they normally do, as long as they don't change the tagging mechanism to extract code back into this. I don't have to worry about it either. So I'm at that point. I'm at the point where I've got all the features I need. I just need to clean this up a bit, and then I can go back to doing all the normal stuff I was doing. But this time, I don't have to write a whole bunch of code. No, sorry, I don't have to write a whole bunch of like commenting in my code or in weird places or whatever. I just write it as documentation first and then extract it into code. So I have everything working. When you brought this up a while back, it sounded interesting. Curious where this goes. So, well, I mean, I guess you're gonna see, because I'm actually gonna use it. So I'm using Obsidian with a custom shell command here. And what if Alien wants to read it? You're right, XP. I didn't think of that. I didn't think of the aliens. Man, I'm an alienist. Confirmed. How about record a documentary movie about it first, then do the programming? You know what, Adaraz? You're right. And then I'm going to charge like $59.99. And then somebody on some tech streamer will take it and do like some kind of React content for free and not even show the credits at the end. Tell me more, streamer. So I have a command on, I can run this command, in the CLI, whatever, but I have it in Obsidian because then I just have a hotkey, and then I can literally just use the hotkey and it'll run the tangler. That's what you call it. And it'll take these blocks, find the right attributes, and tangle everything up and spit out, I think it's version 3. Yeah. It'll spit out a file like this guy. Right, this is the result of the markdown code. This markdown. All this gets tangled up into this. So what's nice is now I can start using this on my other projects. I just have to do a little bit of cleanup on this. And what's nice about this is it's self-compiling. So I can use this code to compile this again. Right, so I can I can do I can self-compile. I've done a self-compiled literate programmer. All the explanation of everything I've done can be traced back to my markdown file and the reference, or markdown files, because I have multiple files nested, right? And so I can do whatever. And since I'm using my own tool to build my own tool, I have to-dos at the bottom. So I just got to tackle one or two of them, and then I'm considering this good to go. Then I've got a public repo that I'll put this up on and people can use it. Are we just reinventing no code? No. Hard no. Super hard no. Like RimWorld hard. Okay. Here's why. When you're writing the output, like when you're defining what file should be created as a result of all these code blocks, yeah, it's hard, right? You still have to write it out in a particular language, and even these code blocks have to be written in the language that you're intending to write with. You're not actually avoiding writing the code as you would write it normally. All you're doing is you're first writing out documentation, like in an essay format. Why is this function here? Why do I have these parameters? How does it relate to other stuff? Here's a link to another section or another markdown file that relates to this section. If you want to find out more, you can go read up over here, blah, 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 blah. You're not avoiding the actual code that you would have to write like this. You're just providing a way to do basically massive amounts of brain dumps, structure your markdown files however the hell you want. You do not have to lose track of your history, of the decision making. You keep your code really tight next to a bunch of your structured, nicely formatted documentation. You want to use Excalidraw? Use Excalidraw on your markdown. Doesn't matter. And then use Obsidian to render it. Doesn't matter. Do you want to just use plain markdown? Just use plain markdown. Your code lives right next to where the explanation for that code is. Your resulting output is as if you had done none of that work, and it's just this. So it's not no code, it's actually code plus plus. If only Travis were here. Axolot! Axolot, my brother from another mother, how you doing? How you doing, Axolot? It's good to see you. What if I want to write code on punch cards? You know what, Adderas? No one's stopping you, man. No one's stopping you, man. You do you. If you want to write code on punch cards, you should be able to write code on punch cards. My mother from another brother? Wait. I'm thinking of a way that could work. Okay. If you had a stepbrother who gave birth to who seeded your mom, who then seeded you, and there's this cyclical thing where you are required to be seeded in order for your mom to come from your stepbrother. Studying for the exams, Axe. Nice, man. Dev Dad shows up at the exact right moment. You crush it, Axe. You crush that. Your mom was... No, Dev Dad, your mom was seated, all right? Your mom was seated by your dad. What do you think of that? Dev Dad. My hairline was receded. True, she was. Yeah. Your dad seated your mom. Look at how that turned out. Owned. Sick burn. Dev Dad, how are you doing, man? It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Congratulations, by the way. If I retained the memory of reading your tweet correctly, you're a partner now, are you not? Good, yeah, I'm glad you're doing well, man. XP says, okay, XP, I'll read your message in a second. Dev Dad, congratulations. There's a shout out for you. I don't really have that many viewers right now, so it's not gonna funnel an insane amount of viewership to you, but you get a shout out anyways, man, because road to partner is not easy. Yeah, long road, not easy. I don't think I've ever heard anybody taking any less than 2 years to get there. 4 is pretty common from my n equals, let's say 10. Yeah, 4 is probably the average number of years I've heard people have to take to get to partner. 56 total days streamed. Nice. Good job, Dev Dad. Good job. You're a rock star, man. Congratulations on getting partner. You earned it. I'm really happy for you. Like, streamers like you deserve like all the attention you get and more. And I just hope it's nothing but continued positive stuff your way, man. You're awesome. My support. What are you talking about? You did this, Dev Dad. You don't need nothing from me. But you'll have my support anyways, any time of the day. Yeah, I'm proud of you, man. I'm proud of you. From one dad to another, I'm proud of you. All right? I'm proud of you. This is, sometimes us dads have to be dads for each other. My dad isn't around anymore. So, sometimes I have to look to like Ryan or Dev Dad, and Tack, good to see you, man. I hope you're doing well. Thanks for the lurk. You continuously supported during their journey. Means the world. Your time is on its way. I'm working on it. But I appreciate you too, Dev Dad. Dadception, yeah. There's always crowd here. Okay, hang on. Before I go too far, XP's message. A bunch of dads around here. Damn it. Let me read XP's message. All right, because it's gonna get lost. There's a theory which links our decline in the amount of things we can remember to us inventing the ability to read and write. So being more literate is the only way to remember better. So basically, we have traded the capacity of our short-term memory for unlimited form of memory that will surpass even our lifetime. Right, you have to admit. Yeah, so XP, you do have to admit. Like, I think you're right. I would agree with your statement. You have to admit that there's a lot of stuff that's been written down that we have from thousands of years ago. If you take away the mythical, metaphysical, religious, I don't know, like fictional, right? You take away all that stuff and you just ask yourself what would possess somebody to write this thing? What message might they be trying to tell me? It would be similar to like, imagine yourself in like 300 years from now, looking back at some of the, what would you call it? Art, let's say. Art, creative art that we create today, the stories, the movies, etc. And you might be interested in looking at it from the perspective of like, what the hell were people thinking when they wrote this? Not because it means the same thing to you, but because you're trying to learn from what was there. The written form is great for that. And there's a lot that we still learn from people who lived many hundreds of thousands of years ago before we did and had something crazy to say, or something meaningful, whatever it is. And that form, like, how are you going to talk to those people today, right? So the written form is great. What you're saying is by being illiterate, my brain is actually bigger than yours. It depends, Arvis. It depends, all right? Depends on how much you can pack into that teeny, teeny, weeny brain of yours. So, yeah. Oh, Draco. Best viewers and followers on Streamboo. Draco. Man. Draco coming in here with a banger chat. Thanks, Draco. It's a grower, not a shower. Just apt install brain. That's the worst place to get a brain. Worst place to get a brain, yeah. So I'm hoping that literate programming, the literate parser, the tangler here. Here's my problem, is that I have way too much stuff loaded up in my head and I forget about it way too easily. So if I can put it down in written form, at least in my brain, I'm much more likely to go back and read it. But you also have to consider it as like, there's stuff that people don't know that they need to know, and just reading code doesn't always get you there. So if you write it down, then that means that people who don't know what they should know can know what they should know by reading, which increases their brain size, which means that reading equals brain size increase, which means, Arvis, you're stupid. Confirmed. That logic made no sense. Logic made no sense. But if there's anybody in chat who could take your stupid joke, it's Arvis. I know he's good. He'll throw it right back at me. You guys, Arvis just could have, Arvis could have saved us a whole bunch of time, but instead he made me use my brain to get there. Because why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you make me use my brain to get to the conclusion that seems obvious to anybody who talks to Arvis for anything more than 5 seconds? Poor Arvis. It's not just about the brain size, sometimes it's about the wrinklage, yeah. All right. That's probably the nicest way of being called annoying that I've heard, so I'll take it. You're welcome, Arvis. You're a good friend, you're a good friend. So I don't want to go too hard on you. I think I've scared away Nate. If you remember Nate, who was Nate again? Oh man, I can't remember his Twitch username. Oh man, what was his username? Hector Jeem. Yeah, Hector Jeem or Hector Jean. Yeah, I scared him away. I think I was too mean to him. Hector Jam, something like that. Hey Spike, how you doing? It's not Tellarium. No. Yeah, I was, and I said, I thought, I misunderstood my relationship with Hector, with Nate. And I sent an apology message to him, but I think he had enough of me. And you know what? I don't blame him one bit. I deserve it all, man. I really do. It's obsidian. Yeah, my brain is so big it seeped out of the cracks of my skull, started to envelop my entire body. My body is one with the brain. XP, you need to call a doctor. Yeah, this is obsidian. So I've got a markdown file which contains my code, my actual code, And then I use Obsidian plugin to run shell commands. And the command is to run a node script, which I'm converting to a Zig single binary. And it will take all the code blocks from the project folder, so all markdown files, including ones I specifically exclude or whatever, and puts them together into a single file as if I had written the code all at once. The difference is I get to write my documentation next to my code and break up my code in a way that makes sense. Structured, formatted, yada, yada, yada. Have you played Doom? He's the Arachno drone. Yeah, he's the Arachno drone. Yeah. One day we'll get Hector back in here. You'll see. I have faith. Okay, what's my to-dos in here? I just need to clean up a couple of things. Capital! Capital, how you doing? I hope you're doing well, man. Does it have mapping so you can edit with an editor and LSP? Yes. You could take this, you could literally take this and run it in... No, I think it does. Bro, I think it does. I don't miss the Vim bindings. I'm so done with NeoVim. I'm so done with Vim and NeoVim. Yeah, I live in the 1800s, exactly. In Obsidian, I'm pretty sure. Oh, maybe not. Skill issue. Yeah, maybe not. Okay, but that's fine, because what you can do is the code blocks of syntax highlighting. Yes, I think what you can do is you can pull this up in Visual Studio Code, and that has markdown plugins which will let you use your LSPs and stuff inside code blocks. Here's the other thing you can do. Let me delete this. You can import from your code. No more NeoVim, yeah. Project-wide references, yeah. So it's not good for project-wide references, no. Except if you've structured it well. So... okay, I'll try and explain what I mean. So, first of all, you can write your code in your editor and then pull it in here. So you can do imports like what I have here. I want to import lines 10 to 30 of a parser. V0.1. You can do, I want to pull in code that I've tagged specifically, which I've done... I don't know, somewhere here. Wherever, here. Right? I've tagged it here. I'm gonna pull this in. I've tagged it here. Right, so I can write my code in my editor and then go over to my Obsidian Markdown and say, pull it in, please. And then I can write about that code. So that's one way to do it. I can do a mixture. I can inject bits and pieces back and forth. The other thing you can do is if you... So Caden on YouTube, because he's chatting me up on YouTube. Yeah, it's documentation, yes. So what you can do is, if you look at what I have here, you can take this and you can put in anchors. Like you just use normal markdown anchors. So like... You could even do, right? And then what you would do is you'd go, whatever, link to whatever area. I can't remember how it works. Anyways, you would link to whatever anchor you have in whatever given file. So if you've got a file that stores just one function, but you reference that function in a bunch of places, you can do it this way. You can reference it within the markdown itself, or you can choose to pull it in through naming references, or you can just put it directly into your output file, or you can pull it in from your code base as if it were like you're treating the output files as input files. Like there's a number of different ways you can do this depending on how you want to structure it. And I think what I'm going to try and explore is if I structure this correctly, I should have common areas, common points of references structured in my markdown, not in code blocks, but in my markdown, referenced correctly so that it's still understood the common places. And I can do this the exact same thing as like a code-wide refactor. If I just go to one place in my markdown file and I change that function, then I rerun the tangler, every other reference to that code block will get updated. Yeah, XP, yeah, if you could do that, no way I could replace us. We'd be gods. You're right, XP. We wouldn't need React anymore. We could immediately get rid of React. I like this. Arvis, do you think it would be better or worse if the documentation could be tagged and pulled into the code as a block comment? Maybe like a doc block or something from the MD? So that was my previous iteration. That was my previous iteration. Here's the problem with that. Dat boy. Writing good code isn't writing fast code. You're right, Dat. You're right, Dat. I mean, you have a point. It might be redundant. So the only reason why it wouldn't actually be redundant is let's say you could solve the problem of bidirectionally, you pull in code from your source into the markdown, or you pull in comments from your markdown into your source. Either way. And you get to pick and choose. It's like a fantastic world. The reason why I don't think it's redundant is because you cannot always fit the explanation as to why you did something in your code inside of comments. Comments are not always conducive to a full-blown explanation. And in some cases, you want something like a markdown structure in order to have references, in order to store historical information, historical decisions, maybe architecture, diagrams, pictures, whatever it is. Markdown gives you that ability, whereas code commenting does not. There's a use case for both. So, to your point, can you have your cake and eat it too? I had it so that I could pull in paragraphs that I've tagged in my markdown files, and I would say this paragraph needs to go into a particular file as a comment. The issue with that is mostly formatting, but that's a surmountable problem if you can do formatting. The only weirdness is like, what if you're doing a particular language that has particular code style that's like weird for multi-line comments or whatever, and then your formatting gets weird. You have to like kind of detect which language you're injecting your paragraphs into and making sure you're formatted correctly. The other thing is, how do you tag the paragraph so that you don't break your markdown structure? That one's a little bit tougher because you kind of have to do it in like an invisible way. It doesn't get rendered and it doesn't easily show up. And then what if you do like this circular reference? It's kind of weird. You could end up with a circular reference, right? Like, I think what I ended up deciding was, okay, screw that. What if you did it? What if you did it just really one of two ways? There's really only two ways to do it. One, you don't need to do everything in your document in your Markdown. You can write like 700 JavaScript files. If it's JavaScript, you could write like 700 Zig files, whatever it is that you're working on. You write a whole bunch of files without any of this literate programming stuff. But for stuff that you really want to make sure you document really well, and for output files that are very, very relevant to that documentation, then you could use this, because you can pick and choose which output files are generated by this. Then what you do is you get to still write your normal code the way you would without having to do this. You could just use regular comments in your code to explain simple things. You can also additionally add comments to your code in your Markdown. So if you wanted to kind of like mix of the two, you'd go like, some comment here, right? That gets output as part of the tangling process. So you still get to have comments as part of your code. You could put in like 7 paragraphs here, which is just like a shortened form of like 1,000 paragraphs in your Markdown file, for example, right? You can still do that. And so the key thing here is that you are not forced to have to do this one way or the other. You get to pick and choose when this makes sense and when it doesn't. And I know that there are several aspects of the contract job I have, the video game that we're building, some other projects I'm working on, where I need to write a much more fleshed out thing because there's architecture involved. And I want to write out some pseudocode. I want to write out some real code that I want to actually put into my source files. And I don't want to... I need more than just code comments to explain why the heck I made the decision that I made. It gets complex. So I get to pick and choose this way, at least. You just have to be mindful of it. You just have to be an adult and know when should I use this to generate anything. 1 file, 1,000 files, whatever it is. What involved now? Axe? While you're doing your school stuff, can you just take like 5 minutes and like pick up an English dictionary, okay? Can you just compose a sentence we can actually understand? Please, Axe. All right. What involved now? Your mom got involved with your dad. Yeah, your dad involved your mom in the seeding process. I look away for a second. I come back. His chat's like, "What are you doing, Spiro?" And I couldn't be happier. Your reaction makes it worth it, chat. All of you. And I know Axe is writing a bit. There we go. You said architecture involved. Just making a joke. I'll pack my bags and leave now. Axolot's traumatized. Axolot leaves. Him and Hector. Axolot is number 2. Hector's number 1. I scared off Hector, number 1. Axolot's gonna leave number 2. Pretty soon I'm gonna be left with like 3 viewers. It'll be Panda, Arvis, maybe XP. Like maybe Adoraz when he feels up to it, yeah. Oh, Axe! One of us. One of us. Yeah, you're gonna time me out. Good luck, Arvis. Good luck. This is why Axolot belongs here. Because Axolot takes it and Axolot gives it back. Axolot, I love you, buddy. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're kicking butt over there. Okay. Aw, Axe. I should give a shout out to Axe. I should also give a shout out to Ryan. I'll still be there. Loyalty unquestioned. Thanks, Panda. Yeah, whenever you get back to streaming, Axe, I'll be there, man. I know you're busy. Okay, how many times was I going to look at this to-do and I keep getting distracted by people asking questions? God, do you guys not know anything about literate programming? It's like nobody knows what I'm talking about. Like, get with it, guys. I love the smell of a bit of banter in the morning. With some napalm, of course. Okay, countering the same variable name, the same code block with the same name, that's fine. Config options for backups, confirmations, I don't need that. I don't need to fix the new lines. I probably need to add use cases. I don't need to fix indents and spacing, I don't care. I mean, I do care, just not right this second. I don't need to do the handle path. I don't need to worry about injection blocks. Damn it, Arvis. Fine, ask your question. Configuration option to only run imports. Maybe this. Update import options to include a variable reference in case you want to do an immediate import to code block conversion with a variable name reference. Oh, I see. Okay, is that actually it though? I don't actually think I need... Like, technically speaking, everything else is here. I could start using this. I could just put in the use case section, update the code. Oh yeah, I gotta update the code. I could put it in the use case section. I could post it in the public repo, and then that's it. I can plug away on it. You showed it briefly. How do you tag code to be tangled into a file? All right. So right here, my tangler, which is the JavaScript file, you give it a path and it'll go read all the markdown files. Inside the markdown files, it goes line by line, and then it finds code blocks, which are initiated by, in markdown, 3 backticks. Then you give it the type of language, so you get syntax highlighting. And then you have these special attributes, and these special attributes do a number of things, including determine the type of code block from the perspective of the literate tangler, So if it's a code block, then you give it a name. Then you can reference that code block like this. The 3 squirrely brackets, the name of the code block, ending squirrely brackets. And so here is handle path function. That's the code that goes in there. So literally we'll go and take this code and it'll drop it in here. Then ultimately at the end, when you want to put this out to a file, you're going to say the type is output and you're going to tell it what file. And so you could even give it like a nested path or whatever. You could go like inside. So I do that with helpers, nested. That's why I have nested over here. That's why I have helpers over here. You can have nested. You can even go and write files to an entirely different directory structure. Some are completely different. It does not have to be next to your markdown files. You tell it where you want it to go, and you drop in your named tangled reference code blocks in here. And you can do like multiple referencing, so you can have code blocks or reference, code blocks or reference, code blocks that gets referenced out to your output file. Curious how this would all work with version control. Pulling in the code snippets would have to be relatively non-destructive. You're defining the skeleton script in the markdown as well that acts as the aggregator of each function code block. Yes. So if you have this behind a like get, any changes you make to any of the markdown files, you're implicitly going to understand as part of your pull request or whatever that you are making a change ultimately to the output. Now you can have code blocks that are just code blocks. They don't have to be part of the output. Like this here is just a code block. It's just I just use it for demonstration purposes. It doesn't have to be anything. So you can use Markdown in its regular format. It doesn't mean anything. It's only when you add in the lit dash attributes that the Tangler then picks up on that and does stuff with it. So this could be in a source control. Your output folder could be in a source control. They could both be in the same source control. And your Git commits are going to tell you the differences. Have you used this in conjunction with Git? I'm going to get myself full file refresh as a delete and replace in the diff. It doesn't. And I'm using it with Git right now. I'll show you. If I do, okay, so I'm going to output. Is it this? No. Show me, streamer. Wait, is it this or is it this? Okay, yeah, here we go. So helpers.js was written. Okay, so this file here was written. What are you guys talking about? Anyways, okay. So I'm going to go over to where this actually is. Khalifa, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well, man. So it's not here. Where is it? All right. Okay, here we go. Has been a while, Khalifa. I hope you're doing well. So Arvis, this is the GitHub repo where I'm actually hosting the code. You're good? I'm glad to hear that, Khalifa. That's great. Good to see you here, man. Good to see you here. So this is the repo. You can see I have, there's a Git thing cloned here, and you can see that a lot of the stuff that I already have on my Obsidian vault is here. And literally what I do is I copy everything over. So I'm going to go, actually here, dash R, right? So I'm going to copy the entire folder, and I've regenerated everything. It's rewritten everything. All the Markdown files have output some new files, and in particular helpers.js over here. Helpers.js is showing up here. And I don't remember what I did differently. Hey, Hacker on YouTube. Yeah, it's Markdown. It's Markdown. Oh, no, look. Look, Arvis. Yeah. Of course it did do something different because I output the source. But the anchor, that's the only thing that changed. So it's actually legit. So, yeah, it's not doing it's not seeing it as an entire the whole entire file got wiped out, right? It's just I forgot that I had done this. I forgot that I changed the config value to do this. So there you go. So you can write this out. So if I was to add this. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to regenerate this. I'm going to recopy everything over. We're going to see what Git sees as a difference. There you go. Nothing. Except that file that I removed on purpose because I didn't want it in the repo. So there you go. So you don't have to worry about, massive diffs. RimWorld sized hard diffs. This might be an integration issue to solve at some point, but you were talking about going back and forth. Yeah. Okay. I think I've already solved that. Could you define a point in the code where you want to create an MD file for a piece of code? Yes. So here, I already have this. I've already proven that this works. Yep, that's right, Arvis. So what you can do... Yeah, I am dodging insane chat. Let me open this guy up. Okay, you see this? Lit tag to import this guy, and then this guy. Right? This is me telling the Tangler that there's a tag here. And how do I tell the Tangler to even go look at this? Where's my to import? Here we go. So here I would do something like lit type import name. No, it's just import, just like this. So I tell it which file I want it to go look in and what tag to look for to import. And it will literally search for the beginning and end reference of a comment on any line, whether it's indented or not, doesn't matter. That's just a formatting thing. And every line in between it, it'll pull in, as you can see here, because I already did it. It's literally those two functions pulled in. So that's pulling in from source, and then you could write about it, right? And so then what could happen is somebody could come along, right? And so no, they aren't tagged themselves. Now they literally only exist in this JavaScript file. So somebody could come along and literally do set poo-poo file, whatever. Okay, whatever. And when I run the import again, it's going to do the exact same thing. It'll pull in anything that's in between these two import lines from this file. The other way you can do it, let me take that out. Let me take out the poo-poo file. Okay. The other way you can do it is you can inject into portions of your source code. So instead of doing this at the very, very, very end, instead of writing the entire file as a bunch of other blocks tangled together, what you can do is you can write out, I think it's in here. You can also do it by line, by the way. This tag thing, you can actually just define, I want to pull in from this file, and I want to pull lines 10 to 30 in. And that's what 10 to 30 is on this. Output block, options, end of options down here. There's line 30. So you don't have to do it by tag. You can just pull in particular lines from an existing source code. Okay, now you have an existing source code and you don't want to pull in the entire source code like an entire file. Actually, what you want to do is you just want to inject one time into an existing file you get to keep your code that you injected in your markdown, and then it ends up in your existing code. And you know that it's kind of it, right? That you don't really need much more than that. So then what you can literally do is you can go some name to inject, right? So you would do it here. You'd in your code. Doesn't matter if it's JavaScript, doesn't matter if it's Zig, doesn't matter what it is. The Tangler will read the code in raw format. It'll look for this pattern based on what you do up here. So up here you would go, do I have one? Not reference. I know I have an inject here somewhere. Anyways, it would be something like lit type inject. I have it all written out. And then like lit name. No, lit type inject. And then the tag. Some name to inject. And so it like in here, where's my inject? Yeah, injection blocks, right? So my injection blocks would go and look for it, and then they would replace this line with whatever code block matches that. And so if I had code in here, so it'd be like, I don't know, console log, some code, right? This code would get replaced with like here. Like that. Right, I should actually run it because it's supposed to be running, but I'm going to run this in a minute anyways. And then I have this other thing, just one more thing. I have this other thing that's called a reference, which means that I don't actually pull it in anywhere. I actually just use it as a named tangled block that I load kind of like into memory. I read the tag or the specific line numbers, and then I can reference them in other areas, and it'll get injected into those other areas, but it won't get injected here. It's just a way to reference stuff. So it's like an ephemeral reference. I release it once I'm done with it. My concern here is the triple curlies are going to get swapped, right? So you lose the link after the tangle. Yeah, so what you can do when you do the injection, injection blocks dot, yeah, here we go. Process injection block. Okay, so when you do the injection, this is the injection, right? Or anything that uses the triple tags, but in particular the injection, which is you've written the triple tag, the triple squirrely things in your code, and then it's going to get swapped out. So there's a configuration option, which is output source, which literally will do, when you do the replacement, you get this, right? So that becomes like that instead of just that. And then imagine this is gone, right? So just, it would be like this, but imagine this is gone. Right, so it'd be like that. So if it's a configuration option, you get to choose whether you want to include the source of the injection, of the referral, whatever it is that you want to do it. And so you always have a way to go back to what caused this to be here, or what caused this, what references this, all that stuff is all, it's all multi-linked together, so you can always find your way around. What prevents me from just using source as the injection point? Because I don't always know which markdown file is going to be my point of injection. So I might swap it around so that my injection block code tag lives in a different markdown file. instead of having to worry about it on the code side, and then it's like, crap, where did I put that in all the code? I don't have to worry about it. I just have to know that it came from that file. And then if I ever update it and do the injection again, then it retains the source file. Now in the injection one, it doesn't, because I've lost the injection point, right? So it will only ever be the one-time injection. But for everything else, referencing, importing, exporting, all that stuff, the source always gets updated to be the latest markdown file that is attributed to the thing that led to this code and your source code. So I don't want to use it. I want to use it as a way to go back to the markdown. I don't want to use it as a way to figure out where to put stuff in or where to take stuff out. Does that make sense? Well, I have a repo. Oh, the bomb hat XP. Okay, I'll get the bomb hat XP. Hang on. Hang on one sec. Let me pull the repo. If I go like this, will you let me copy this in? I'm curious. Or do I have to do it a stupid way? OBS, don't be stupid. Okay? Just be nice. But let me do this. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So you can read. This is the thing. It's self-compiling. And once I do the cleanup, because right now it's out of sync. Although the original version is still compilable, so it is actually functional. It's completely functional. It's just that I have to update the code because I made some changes. So I have to self-compile the changes back into itself. But you can read, like you can use it, and you can read essentially the broad strokes of what it is, because I use this as the example of how you should use it. Even though this might not be the best example, honestly. But because it's self-compiling, it's like, well, why wouldn't I use it to do itself, right? So I explain kind of the intent behind all these different things and how you're supposed to use them. What are injection blocks? What are the code blocks? What are the import blocks? What are the reference blocks? How do you name those attributes in your markdown? How does the Tangler know to look for them? How do you manage things between your source code and this? Can they live together? Can they live separately? The answer is yes to both. All of those things are all in there. So you can do whatever you want with it right now. And then that I'm supposed to be doing cleanup because I'm right on the brink of cleaning this up. It won't take me long. And then I'm going to use this quite heavily on the boat chess game, on my contract work, on another job that I have that's another Laravel HTMX project. It's not a job. It's more of like a project I'm doing for someone who's kind of like sharing a bit of ownership with me. But like all these things have architectural things that I want to document. They have decision-making processes that I definitely need to document. And this will let me do that. And I can pick and choose how aggressively or non-aggressively I want to inject, how deep I want to push this in to the source code. Physically based rendering, yeah. Adaraz, yes. There's 2 books that there's another one. I can't remember what it was. It was a compiler, I think. But I know physically based rendering is one, and there's another one. It was some compiler book. And essentially, if you go through the book properly, at the end, you have written the code. Because it's a literate book. It's a literate software book, where the code is structured inside the book such that your process of going through the book writes you a full compiler at the end. And it's like this. It's not automatically tangled. It's tangled by you doing it by hand. But the pieces of code are split up into a format that's readable, digestible, understandable. Each part of the code is explained. And so as you go through it and you follow the guideline of like, here's where this code's going to go, et cetera, you're kind of a manual tangler. And you end up with what you would normally write anyways, absent the book. Okay, I need to get my Belmont map. Hang on. Sorry, XP. I like it because it kind of shows how the code evolves throughout the book and it can be interactive. Yes. And if you have somebody who, well, if you're not used to writing, if you're not used to like writing in general, literate programming is a good way to kind of like force yourself to get your thought patterns down on something. It's not necessarily paper, but you know, with Markdown, you can structure your thoughts however you need to structure them, and then do like referencing and diagrams and, you know, all that good stuff, right? So there's all kinds of stuff you can do with literate programming to exercise your communication muscles in written form, so to speak. So when I know, look, here's something that was very apparent to me as I was writing the documentation for exactly this. There are some paragraphs in here that as I wrote them out, I'm like, holy crap. If I was anybody else reading this, I would not understand what the hell's going on here. And actually, in some cases, it made it really clear when the code was far more definitive and succinct than me explaining it. Right? So it helped me to flush out areas that I really needed to explain more, areas I needed to explain less, and areas where when I attempted to explain, I did not do a good job. And when I've used this in the past, what it also helps me do is it helps me knock out ideas and determine when an idea goes wrong. Because through the nature of trying to explain the idea, and when you have the ability to inject like Excalidraw with like a diagram, when you have the ability to pull another code, when you can pseudocode it and you can have your syntax highlighting in there, and you know, you're not building like many lines of code, you're pretty much focused on somewhere between 5 lines to maybe 30 lines of code at the most, unless you're doing something crazy like I am here. But generally speaking, when you know your code reference is really low, and it helps you to determine like I can't figure, like I didn't figure this out properly. There's a clear problem here. I got to go solve this problem. Right? And so then you have to like throw it away and then try again. And then you can do references like you know, I can go reference other sections. So like, hey, if you want to know why I have this replace placeholders recursively function, go to the recursive code block processing, and then I click on that because it's Markdown, and it's like, here's an explanation of why I have it, blah 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 blah. Right? And so like the whole and I can go to an entirely different Markdown file. I could dedicate one entire Markdown file to just explaining one function, and I can just reference that. Like I can do whatever I want. I can't take anything you're just saying anything seriously with this. I appreciate that. I do. I really do. You could be announcing the cure to cancer. It's just going in one ear, pouring out the other. I do indeed have the cure to cancer. It will be solved tomorrow. Okay. All you have to do is just, you know, say I want the cure in chat, and you'll get it. You know, you'll get it. I bet you if I did actually have the cure, you would actually pay attention. You could wear this in an interview. I could wear it in an interview. I was asked once in an interview I was doing a few weeks ago. No, a few months ago. No. When the heck was it? I can't remember. I was interviewing someone, I think. Anyways, I don't remember exactly. Somebody asked, it was maybe it wasn't an interview, maybe it was something else. It was somebody. It was in a setting that was supposed to be very professional. We were talking about something serious, and as soon as they caught wind, because I think they saw somewhere in the back that I had one of these hats. As soon as they saw that, it was over. Then I was wearing all the hats. Yeah, Arvis, yeah. Yeah, Arvis doesn't care about the cure for cancer. He just cares about this hat. Adaraz, you sick pervert. Also your mom. Got seated by your dad. Okay. Preceded by your dad. Your dad preceded your mom. And then you came out. Adaraz. What if my girlfriend is your mom? What if my girlfriend is your mom? Then you go to jail. Do not pass go. Do not collect. $200. Hacker on YouTube. Is this caffeine psychosis? It is. It is. It's caffeine psychosis. Okay. I have broken my own rule. And I remember now why I needed to do some updates. Because I went ahead and I did not self-compile this. I literally updated the Tangler itself. And now I have to go pull this back into the markdown and rewrite some of my explanations. And then I can put it in onto the repository. Then everything is good. Then I can start using it. And then I can fiddle around with writing it in Zig. What were you getting at, Harvis? What were you getting at? Going from code back to the markdown? Yeah, all I really need to do is add import blocks here. No, I don't need this. Something to import. Look at that. Did you see that? Did you see that? It literally pulled it in. Just like that. So I don't I don't have to put in a lot of effort to update this. I just have to figure out the places where I broke my own rule, which I did. I did do it on purpose. Yeah, headers, yeah. Yeah, in motion to make, yeah. So that's pretty straightforward, right? And then I can go and I can just take this out now. I don't actually need to keep this. I can keep it. It's just a comment. But I don't need to keep it. And so now that I've pulled this in, I can start writing. I can update my description in my markdown about this particular set of code. So really what I have to do is just kind of solve the discrepancies, which I pretty much have it in my head, of code that I have here and code that I have in my actual file, and just import it back in, and then just make sure I update descriptions. It's honestly not that bad. It's just a bit tedious. If I had followed my own rule very strictly, it might have taken me a little bit longer, but I wouldn't have to do this, right? I just kind of skipped through in order to do a speed run. I can see that being made pretty nice with an editor extension that grabs your highlight and pulls it. Yes. It's okay, Adaraz. It's okay. Though it would be nice if there was some default assumption the Tangler made. Yes, there would have to be a default assumption that the Tangler makes in some cases. And the ultimate goal... The ultimate goal is an editor plugin. I just don't know which editor for yet. But an editor plugin for this would be ideal. i.e. the MD matches... Yeah, okay, so I already have that. So you see nested? Okay. So I have in this nested markdown, I don't even need to write anything. Oh, I see, where the code goes into the markdown. Okay, so I already have this in one direction. From markdown to the code. So it's easy to swap this. But you can see here I have nested.js. Now what I could have done is I could have like gone up a directory, or use like the top directory folder of the project. Right, so that the nested would go up here instead of inside here. But by default, the Tangler assumes that if you don't have a folder path, like at least one slash, then what you're asking is that the output file gets put directly next to the markdown file, regardless of how deep into the directory structure it is. And so that's why I have nested.js over here, because when I run, if I delete it, and then I run it, it spits it out over here because it's right next. I don't know why it keeps doing this, because it's right next to the markdown file that defines nested.js. I think that would make it sweet for existing projects if the Tangler could sort of scaffold up the docs by searching for tags or something in comments. I suppose I suppose Arvis, an easy way to do that would be if you went here and then you just you would do the, actually, you know what? It is actually easy. Instead of for import purposes, if the Tangler reads this tag that I just put into comments, if it reads the lines in between this tag, and that name, some underscore name, doesn't exist in the markdown file that's right next to it, or wherever the default assumption would be, if there's no code block with that, then it creates one. It creates the code block with this. So you don't have to necessarily say, I would like to import it. You just You just define your tags throughout your source code, and then you just let the tangler run through the whole source code and create or add to existing markdown files with all those things automatically pulled in and named. I also see you've made the decision to couple the MD docs close to the source, so maybe just another way to skin the cat. I think I would rather they were separated, but that's me. So you don't have to have them directly next to each other. They are by default next to each other. If your output in your markdown if this output file did something like I don't know, here, like that, then you could change the output. Yeah, so you can do that. You can do that here at this level, where the markdown output can change the nested file. Right, so there you go. It did actually change it. It actually nested it within. But there is another configuration option. If you look in config, nope, sorry. Where are my shell commands? Here. There's a CLI parameter. So you can tell the tangler where the markdown files live, and you can tell the tangler any output file needs to go in this directory unless it has an absolute directory as part of its output path in the code block. So you can tell the tangler to set the root path of both the input and the output. So the two things could be in entirely different repos. And that's built into the tangler. It's just a CLI parameter. That's all. So you just have to make sure that you add that in. Otherwise, by default, the tangler just assumes that it's the current working directory. But if you want to say, like, you want to keep your markdown files in a entirely different folder, somewhere different, and your source code somewhere different, and every output file that gets generated from your markdown goes into that completely different directory, you can do that with this, or you can drill down into the individual output blocks and say, I want this output file to specifically go into some weird output place. Your tangler doesn't care. The code block doesn't care. You just define your inputs and outputs, and it just does it. Yeah, I wrote the tangler. Yeah. How much do I want for the tangler? Like for the whole thing? I want $10,000. Sounds plenty flexible. I think it's quite flexible. Yeah. I think this allows me to use this on all the projects I want to use it on, and not really have to worry about doing something crazy like, crap, I have to bring in my existing source code in full with the tangler. I don't need to do that. They can live side by side. They can live in entirely separate directories. They can live in the same repository, but just in just two different directories within the same repository. I can do whatever I want. I can inject, I can import, I can be very surgical. And generally speaking, this will work. There's some cleanup. Like I said, I have to clean this up and make it function, like make it self-compilable. But that's it, you know. And then a few extra feature flags, maybe stuff like that, and you're good to go. But all the features are there. The configuration options are there. It's all there. It's ready. What program is this? It's a literate programming parser. So it's a markdown file that describes your code in depth because it's markdown. You write your code in your markdown, and then it takes all the code and puts it into your output as if you had just written the code, just without any documentation. Sold? Sold for $10,000? I don't know, Address. I don't know. If I was actually going to sell it, I'd want something else. I can perform surgeries, yeah. License for 10, yeah. Can't bend over you, sorry. It's okay, Adoraz. I won't take you for a ride, Adoraz. Unlike your dad did to your mom, I won't take you for a ride. I am not thinking big enough. I need to license it for like 50 G's. How many lines long is your tangler? It's not a stack kind of thing, right? My tangler is currently 700 lines of code in JavaScript. And there are some aspects of this that are not the greatest. I could probably get away with 600, maybe 500 to 600 lines of code after I clean this up. But it's feature ready. It's feature ready in 700 lines of code, which is pretty good. I think it's pretty good. And I did some stuff in here. I'm not even using like, I'm not always using the latest. Ha! Zig version when? Dude, Broseph. Bro, check it. I already have a Zig version, a preliminary Zig version. And this compiles to a binary. And it partially works. Yeah, Adoraz, yeah. Sure would be a shame to see something happen to that nice tangler of yours. That's Adoraz right now. Yeah. So it's already there. Partially. It's partially ready. It does the basic tangling stuff. But it won't do things like injections or imports. It'll essentially just do outputs, code blocks and outputs. That's what it'll do. But if you do compile it, you can compile it. This is the great part. This code in Zig is so flexible. You can compile it on any platform. So I can cross compile a binary for this on any platform. Then you don't need Node or JavaScript. And the Zig version in its preliminary state is about 200 lines of code. I bet you it would still reach approximately 700 lines of code, and it would run even faster and better than my current Node version. It's just that the Node version was just a simple, like, easy way. Plus, that's what I did it in a few years ago, and I took stuff out of that. Zig version will be very nice for integrations. Yes. Yeah. And so Arvis, I was thinking ahead on this because you said, what if you had an editor plugin that could parse through your markdown or your source code or both and tangle both together? Well, guess what? Because it's Zig, I can compile it into any pluggable editor that I want. Basically any editor. I can't think of an editor where I couldn't compile the Zig version and add it as a plugin. And you just glue it to whatever the plugin code is for that editor, whether it's Lua, Python, JavaScript, whatever it is. And your inputs and outputs are the same. And then you just add in any UI elements you need to show in your editor, hey, you're about to import this. Would you like to like execute this code block? You know, or you're in your markdown file. Do you want to see what it would look like if you pulled it in from whatever? Yeah. Arvis had another thought. Great. Can't add it to Helix because it doesn't have plugins. Sargent's just here to make sure that he finds ways for me to remember that I cannot be successful. That no matter how smart and intelligent I am, I will not see success. That's Sargent's single job in chat, and I love him for it. Okay, is there a way currently to trigger the tangler to be one direction or the other? Maybe I want to strictly scan the source code for changes to push to the docs or strictly scan the docs to update the code. Okay, so the answer... Okay, the answer is no, not right now. But this is on my to-do list. Literally this. What if I want the option to only do the imports? What if I want the option to only do the surgical injections? What if I want the option to only do specific directories? Okay, now, I do though, having said that, I do have some of it working right this second. Yes, Hacker, your job is to make you look bad make me look bad on YouTube chat. I don't pay you enough for that job, Hacker. Look at this. I do already have ignore files and include files, which means that I can set exclusions and then I can set inclusions. So I can do like whitelist, blacklist. So even though I don't have the ability to do one direction, you know, imports, injects, whatever it is right now, that's on my to-do list. I have just enough where I can say, I only want these particular markdown files or these output files. I can do both. I can say, I only want these output files to be outputted, regardless of which markdown file generates it. Or I can say, I only want these markdown files processed. Or both. So I already have a way to kind of get myself there if that's what I want to do. I just need to add the to-do at the end here is I just need to add a way to add a configuration to only run certain execution types regardless of how many files I'm processing. That's the difference. So I guess halfway there. Anyway. You turn him to rust? Oh no. Arvis, don't tell me that you've betrayed me. Don't tell me you've betrayed me. No, Arvis. I can't be friends with you anymore. I can't do it. You can't help being nerd sniped by an interesting project. You can help it. Yes. Betrayal hacker on YouTube. If it makes you feel better, I still think it's terrible. You know what? It does make me feel better. It really does. I appreciate that you told me that because, you know, for a while there, I thought I was going to have to take away the sword and ban you. But now I just have to, like, slightly dislike you. Just slightly. And Sergeant, just stop trying to take people away. So stop taking people away from my cult, Sergeant. Okay? It's my cult. You get your own cult. You get your own people for your own cult. Don't take mine. I mean, I deserve that. But no, I will not be borrowing checkers or whatever. Good. Good. Rust sucks. Rust is a terrible, terrible programming language. Nobody should use it. And if you use it, you have serious skill issues. Can't help it if he thinks my project is interesting. You know what, Sergeant? But he doesn't. He just said it. He prefers chess anyways, boat chess. Yeah, I'm working on it. Fair, Sergeant. Four-dimensional kind, yeah. Four-dimensional chess? Sure, Arvis. Whatever helps you sleep at night, bud. Four-dimensional chess. Sure. I like how Arvis makes himself feel better. Enough comedy. We're a cult now? I thought this was an intense after-school club. Well, it ain't no AV club. It's just straight up a cult. No one else is going to. Okay. Okay, the introductory paragraph is fine. The Tangler. Oh, right. I did do the man, I made some structural changes here I'm going to have to pull in. 5 minutes of focus mode. Thanks, Arvis. Thank you, buddy. Okay. So what I can do here is I can look at my explanation and see if it still fits. When we parse markdown files, we should store code blocks and meet certain criteria in an array of code blocks so we can process them later. Jeez, one sentence saying it already. It's such a stupid sentence. I cannot explain this correctly. Therefore, we'll write a class to hold these code blocks. Jeez. I mean, we're technically a cult, says XP. All you need to form one is a certain viewpoint or opinion or contradictory way of doing something that other people don't, and people who believe in it. Yeah, yeah. I know how to run a cult, and I run a good one. All you suckers don't even know. Code blocks are typically indicated by that. What's nice is you can add extra. You begin a code block with 3 ticks, followed by the type of code. Therefore, our code block should have at least variable name. Okay, so I think this is the part where I'm not going to be explaining this correctly anymore. I mean, I haven't had to do farm work once. Yet. Arvis. Yet. Or sell artisanal goods at the local gas station. Yet. Hacker on YouTube says he escaped a Discord cult. He can escape mine. Which Discord cult there, Hacker? Okay, so the... Okay, I need to explain this MD code. Congratulations, chat member. You deleted a Discord channel. It's tough, I know, but you did it. It's a secret. Hecker says it's a secret. Hecker on YouTube won't say. It's a secret. It's Destiny. He escaped Destiny's Discord cult. Okay, so then this extends from... Okay, configuration block extends from that. That's the most impressive thing I've ever heard anybody do. He didn't actually say it was Destiny's Discord. That's just what I made it up. I don't think he'll actually say. Whoops, no. Where's my code block? There. Here, okay. Explain this. You didn't even catch that, Arvis? Yeah. It shows how much you pay attention. Okay, so code block. YouTube maxed, based, and Discord build, yeah. So I should give this a type, which would be code, and a name. We're going to call this MD code block class. Oh, thanks, Panda. Thanks for being here. You get some rest. And have a good day at work. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll be streaming tomorrow too, so we'll catch up tomorrow. I'm probably gonna call it a stream in like 45-ish minutes myself anyways, because I'm gonna do a much longer stream tomorrow. Hecker says it's true. It was a smaller server. Leader literally had cultist leader level charm. Damn. Hecker, glad you got out of that. Harvest, what are these banker hours? Today they are. I would have started earlier today, but I had to be a dad first. Now that's locked down, I'm going to start like tomorrow much earlier. And then and I'll go for a lot longer. Good night, Panda. You forget I'm a dad in 40. Sometimes I forget I'm a dad in 40. So there's an okay, so my output block also extends. I have to update the output block. So I'm gonna copy this over to when we parse the markdown files, we have some code blocks, which are actually output blocks. These blocks essentially tell the Tangler to generate files for output. This could probably be explained better, but that's fine. Similar to a code block, begins, blah, blah, blah. The first line needs to contain a command that it must output. We have to update this. Lit file. Lit file. Okay. Our output class needs to know which file it's going to generate, what code will get generated, the source of the markdown. Okay, so I think actually this doesn't need to be changed. Hey, that's pretty good. Hacker, my computer doesn't like Blender. I tried rigging there. It was pretty cool, but performance 3 FPS. Damn, Hacker. Damn. I'm going to need to-dos for my MD docs. Yeah, that's... Dude, Arvis. Look at... I have a whole section for to-dos. But this is for code. So yeah, I'm adding to-dos for my markdown. Okay, where's my injection block? Here it is. Just going around in circles, yeah. I would have never guessed you looked 40, more like 30. You might be having one of those situations where you go from looking 30 to looking 150 in a matter of weeks. Maybe. My dad had really good genes. My grandma always looked 10 years younger, even when she was like 60 or 70 or however old she lived to be. I think it was 70 almost. She looked like she was 50. She didn't age past 50. It looks like some of my family members from that side got those genes over the years. So, you know, hopefully check out the super cool way I can make to-dos and put them somewhere different than where they were. Trick number 32 will mess with your head. My family's completely the opposite. Most of cousins have white hair and they were 18. Damn. Balding in my 20s, bad genes. Hacker on YouTube, those are bad genes, man. Bad genes. You need to get yourself some good genes. Like the Gap or something. Okay, and then my configuration block probably does not need it. Go to the gene bank, ask for the Spiro special. Yeah. Oh, Guimena, thank you for the follow just now. Make sure to say hi if you're here. But if you're doing a flyby follow, I appreciate that too. Thank you. Hacker says he's going to download himself some good genes. Be careful where you go to do that, Hacker. Sometimes we want to document our configuration for our parser. Yeah, we may need to do complex tangling. In order to accommodate this, we give to describe Y configuration structure. We have configured that are essentially markdown code, but special attributes. Anything inside these blocks can be processed as configuration values. I probably just need to add an example up here. Same with injection. Sure. Okay, variable referencing. Yeah, that's fine. Handle path is fine. Path has not changed. I'm good there. Chronix. Hey, man, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Good to see you, bud. We want the Tangler to accept external options depending on the use case so we can make necessary adaptations. The input path lets us indicate what folder we're going to use to generate our output. By default, we use the current project folder, but it might be that you want to use an entirely different folder. So your markdown can stay in a completely different place. Output file. Okay, we're not doing output file. We're not doing MD file. Let's get rid of this. Okay, and then we're going to go... where's our options? Options. Here we go. Okay. Cool. So our options are gonna. So I need to just add explain. Ignore files and include files. You feel like you know Chronix from somewhere? I don't know, Adaraz. Chronix has been around for a while, man. Funnily enough, I seem to be the lucky one. I got long, full color hair, full beard, tall, muscular, tall third leg, and so on. Well, XP, you know, all I hear is a lot of cope for how ugly you are. That was really mean. I'm sorry, XP. I feel terrible. I feel terrible. So sorry. Got timed out. Fallen short of the intellect. Your poor feelings, yeah. Hey, that was a free roast. People pay points for that. It's true. Natecore is right. No forgiving such mean. Yeah, hacker. Yeah. They're stashed away behind my bed. Just like all those girls who said no. I'm a jerk. I'm a jerk. I'm such a jerk. I'm a big freaking jerk. I'm so sorry. No wonder Hector left. No wonder Hector left. You just leave the current. This is why Hector left. What a jerk I am. Guys, I'm a big jerk. I'm a big meanie. Why don't y'all go cry and bottle those tears up, okay, and then ship them to me. I'd like to drink them. They give me energy. Yeah, sure, Harvest. Let's go. No, we've jumped the shark now. Let's go all out. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Family friendly. Look, guys, this is a family friendly stream, okay? Kids should be able to watch this stream and not hear anything, derogatory, disgusting, filthy, degenerate. Okay? Come on, guys. We can do this. Which is what Adaras said right before he put the carcasses of all the dead girls stashed behind his bed. Huh? What? 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 Did you guys hear something? I didn't hear anything. Oh man, the bots are out in full force. Look, SO10. Sort of played with matches as a kid. I sure did. You can ask Natecore Blue. Natecore Blue has known me since I was a kid. SO10. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it, man. You're awesome. I played with animals. Okay. We did almost start a fire at our school once. Natecore, did we? Wait, Natecore, did we? But in case you don't know, yeah, Arvis, I'll shift the conversation. In case you don't know, which I don't think anybody knows, Nacor and I have known each other since like I don't know, grade school maybe, like 7. I don't know. It's like a long freaking time. I can easily say Nacor is grade 8. Yeah, I can easily say Nacor is legitimately my actual, like in real life, best friend ever. I will go to my grave, and on my tombstone will be written Nacor Blue, my bestest friend in the whole world. Legit. We have shared a life together. I have been, I kid you not, I have been with Nacor longer than I have been with any of my wives. All 12 of them. So when Nacor says we started a fire at our school once, he means it, but I have no recollection of this. I have no recollection of this. When did we start a fire? Also, Nacor, I do not talk to you enough, man. I'm sorry, man. We have to catch up and like hang out. Oh, Nacor. Yeah, I'm gonna reach out to you. But like been to get no Adaraz. And my 12 wives, says the Greek man. Checks out. Find out next time. If you want to know about my first wife, come back to the next stream. It's believable to downright suspicious. Yeah. There we go. Okay. It was the self-paced school, some mossy trees outside. It was the self-paced school. It was Thomas Haney. Self-paced school was Thomas Haney. Luckily, the moss just burnt up in smoke and went out. Did we burn some moss, Nacor? Am I doxing myself? Well, I mean, a lot of my information's out there anyways, so it's really not. All you have to do is go to my website, and you can figure out where I live. I don't like the general city. I don't make that a secret. I can't. I actually can't make that a secret. So it's fine. Just because I say Thomas Haney doesn't mean anything. I mean, it's not any worse than what I've already done. But like the I don't remember doing that. Lots of people have my data XP. They're making money off me already. I've given up on that. I really don't remember this moss thing. It's bugging the hell out of me. Was there anybody else with us, Nacor? Was like one of our friends in there? Yeah, Adaraz is furiously Googling. Yeah. He's gaslighting me. I wouldn't put it past him. Oh, Joey. Oh, that explains everything. If Joey was with us, then that explains it all. I still don't remember it, but now I fully believe it. Yeah, if Joey was there, we did stupid stuff, for sure. Oh, if Joey and Carl were there? I'm surprised we didn't set the entire town on fire. You put those two things together, it's like two sides of a stupid coin. Although they aren't that... They used to be stupid. I don't know about now. Now they're probably really smart, but... Okay. Carl? No. Carl has a family. He's got like multiple kids. He posts stuff all the time. Married, like he's good. He turned it around, man. He turned it around. Outlaw. How you doing, Outlaw? Good to see you, man. Family and kids are just as good as dead. Nacor just like firing strays at like at least half the chat. Minimum. Where's the Zephyr Hills water? Not here. Not here. It is brutal. Nacor's brutal. When Nacor wants to be brutal, he'll be brutal. What the heck is with XP today? XP, why are you in here dropping all these like scientific philosophical takes? We're just out here trying to like shoot the sheet, you know? We just want to say stupid things to be stupid. Why are you trying to raise the IQ level here, XP? Who said we wanted higher IQ in chat? Nobody asked for higher IQ, okay, XP? Take your IQ, lower it down by at least 30 points. Okay, read the room, man. We want low IQ takes all day long today. If I have big IQ and small IQ is just as good. XP, I'm sorry, I'll go touch some blood. That's what I'm talking about. What is IQ? Yeah, good question. Facts. I just finished my first HTMX Go MVP. I came here to veg out, watch someone else work. Well, Outlaw, so far I've been doing very little of that. Hacker raising the average IQ in the room. Not so much. Yeah, Arvis, that's right. You have to eat the lead. It's true. Arvis has a point here. You have to eat the lead. You can't just be... You can't just... One does not simply touch the lead. You understand? Get straight to the vein. Okay, hang on. XP's being really good about this. Hang on. I feel bad now. Oh, Travis. I just got Roman. What the hell is that sentence? You just got Romaned? I just got Romaned? Are you serious right now? That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. And I love it. I love it. I just got Romaned. It's the most amazing thing I've heard. You just got Romaned. What? Okay, how would this work if it was me? If I rated Travis, how would this work? How would this work? You just got flood. You just got daunced. You just got daunced, bro. How does it feel to get all that daunced up in there? You just got daunced. Hard daunced. Yeah, at that point you just get married. Shut up. Damn it. You just got Romaned. Listen, that is so... you know how sometimes things are so terrible? Like, do you know that show, The Blacklist? You guys ever watch The Blacklist? I'm sorry, but in my opinion, The Blacklist is one of the most terrible shows I've ever seen, and it's so terrible. I love that show. I'm not going with You Just Got Speared. I'm not going with that. That's what Vromand is. You just got Vromand. It's so terrible, I love it. So I guess that's a thing now. We call that an integer overflow. You know what it should be? Travis, next time you bring... Also, Raiders from Travis's side, welcome in. We're doing literate programming. I'm trying to get through some literate programming stuff. I'm done the tool. I'm just doing a little bit of cleanup. It's actually not a lot of work. It's just I keep getting distracted with things like Vromand. Anyways, Travis, from now on, you just got Vromand plus. And you have to say Vromand plus. Key. Vromand plus. You're welcome. Man, my ideas, they just take you all the way to the bank all the time. You just got Vromand minus. And it forces you to be very, like, you have to, like, emphasize the words. You know what I'm saying? Like, Vromand minus. Nervous. You be careful, boy. Oh, Outlaw. What the heck? I just got Ryan. Outlaw. I'm remembering your question. I do a lot of if-else statements. It's just something that happens because of the nature of JavaScript, I think. Ryan. So first I got Vromand plus. Now, is it Lord of the Rings? Arvis, that went completely over my head. I deserve a timeout for that. Arvis, would you please time me out? And now, I've been Ryan minus. Ryan, thank you for the raid. We owe Ryan a shout out. It's kind of JS's fault a little bit, but I do it all the time. Unfortunately, it's Narnia. Ryan, welcome in. Let me know how you're streaming. I know you're doing Elixir stuff. And Travis, I'm sorry I wasn't able to watch yours. And Ryan, I'm sorry I wasn't able to watch yours. Normally, I do actually try to watch your streams, but it's been post-eclipse. My life has been really weird. And this is the first time I've had like a solid chance to stream, so I just had to take advantage of it. You updated your UUID library? I noticed you were working on UUID stuff. No worries. Happy I was able to raid you back. I appreciate that. I'm not even a real LTR fan. I'm not like a real one. I've read the books though and watched the movies. I lost 10 viewers when I said I was gonna raid you. I mean, Ryan, I'm constantly thinking of just like calling it quits, just all the time. I just, as soon as I hit that stream button, I'm like, what the hell am I doing with my life? I really can't blame the viewers for wanting to ditch. he didn't need them. I mean, I'm no Prime, I'm no Tej. I don't go make like, startup. What are they doing? Coffee stuff. And Nacor says that he BS because I've read the Similarian. I have. Nacor would know. Like I said, I've known Nacor longer than I've known all my wives combined. It's true. I have read the Similarian, but it was so long ago, and I'm not even pronouncing it right. Johnny, thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm glad somebody enjoys. Nil Blend Coffee, yeah. I just tried the startup before, still not ready, yeah. Goes great with Blind Guardian. Yeah. Oh, Ryan, you've read it several times? I could only get through it once. Silmarillion, I think is how it's supposed to be pronounced. I think. But man, it's been so long. I used to read Elitaire like once per year till the movies came out. I am going to be watching the movies with my daughter soon. mentioned it for me. Yeah. Travis, yeah, man. Again, Travis, thank you for the raid. And Ryan, thank you for the raid. And welcome in, raiders. I'm working on a literate programming parser. Normally I do Zig and WebAssembly and Laravel and HTMX and some Elixir stuff too, thanks to Ryan, which I've really enjoyed. But right now I'm just shooting the breeze with chat. I'm just catching up with chat because it's been a while since I've been on. Extended cuts, 9 hours of glory, yeah. Need to reread WT, yeah. Red Sign doesn't read. Yeah, that's right. Brad's right. Ryan doesn't read. T Loud, hang on 1 sec. I'll read your question in 1 second, T Loud. Literate programming parser, yeah. I will, Nacor. I'll ask her, yeah. No, I have done programming today, okay? No, FL is the first 2 letters of my last name. That's what it is. Okay, so T Loud says, hey man, random question. I'm looking to consolidate all the random laptops and tablets I've accumulated over the years. Seems like I use a different gadget for each room. My main use for this laptop is to be a one-stop shop for personal use, run my business, web, spreadsheets, reporting, projects, etc. I'm also looking to get put back into programming after 15-year hiatus. Not massive requirements, but I want a laptop that will last quite a while. Recommendations? Yes. System 76, yeah. If you're up in Canada, you can still get System 76. I don't know where you are, but System 76 is pretty good. Some of the Dell ThinkPad stuff is also pretty solid, but if I was really going to go for it, I would if money isn't really an object, I'd go get a gaming machine. And so I would go with something like an I think there's a few Asus laptops, gaming laptops that are really good, and a few like what are they called now? MSIs that I really like. Personally. Your mileage might vary. But I would, and there are people who are suggesting MacBook Pro. That's really not a bad way to go. But if you're looking to do like more of the office stuff, you might be better. You might have a better opportunity with something that's like Windows based. Maybe. It's just, if you're asking for my opinion, let me put it this way. That's what's worked for me. MacBooks suck for me. I hate MacBooks. They're stupid, over encumbered, snazzy, over UI'd, beautified pieces of junk. I like my Windows with WSL and all the telemetry that comes with it. PC not an option. I'm on the move constantly. Yeah, so do a laptop. You get a gaming laptop. T-Loud. Try that. The Asus Studio Book Pro art. Right, Hecker on YouTube. Yeah, I've seen the Studio Book Pro art, but that's more of like it's more of like for video editing and stuff. Like it's tailored towards that kind of stuff. So like a gaming laptop is probably a better bet. MacBook Pro, like a ThinkPad with Arc. Terminal, everything. Okay, question for the Mac users. Can you actually throw something like Arc on a MacBook? I don't even know if you can. I have not touched a MacBook in so long. I don't even know like the current state. And yeah, I was supposed to be doing literate programming. Like, could you throw a Linux operating system on MacBook? I used to know that was a problem. Yeah, ARCH. I used to know that was an issue. Like you couldn't do that with a lot of distros. I don't know what it's like. You can throw a rock in a MacBook. I also love my Surface Pro for how portable it is. Plus the performance is good enough even for some light video editing. Okay, so there you go. Osmaj likes the Surface. There's been a couple of people who like the Surface Pro. Sahi Linux. Oh, to run in the M1? Yeah, I guess the M1 would be the issue there, right? Hecker on YouTube says he has a Dell Latitude 5540. Yeah, the Dell stuff is not too bad. The most recent ones. Just get a regular laptop. I'd get a gaming one. Yeah, T-Loud, I would get a gaming laptop. Like for me, an Asus gaming laptop or an MSI, they run for a long time. I easily get a year with like very little degradation, if any, on those. Which and the reason why I pick a year is because for other laptops, usually within 6 months, I start to notice that they act weird, or they're just not quite as performant. Whereas the MSI and Asus laptops, you're looking at least 2 Gs ish. At least for a year, they run like new, easy. Usually 2 to 3 years, and you can pretty much throw anything you want on that. I have one of the Lenovo Legions, earlier model. Only thing to watch out for is the HDD failing. Expect to buy an SSD if it doesn't have one. Fair. When you buy a laptop, make sure to check where it vents the heat and where it takes in air. That's a good point, XP. Yeah. Yeah, you want to check your vents. So hopefully T-Loud would give you some ideas. I don't know if that's helpful. But there's people, dropping all kinds of personal experiences and ideas on that. Hopefully that helps you, man. Feel free to ask any more questions you have. You had an Asus G14 for a few weeks. Very nice, yeah. The only reason I would advise caution regarding a gaming laptop is the size. Some of them are quite large compared to a more compact system. Yes, that is true. Some of them are quite large. You can get some thin ones. The MSI 4 models, there are some relatively thin gaming laptops that work really well. I've had good experience with those. I wish somebody still made the thick boy laptops like MSI did like 10 years ago. Go to Dell. Dell still makes them. You want to get a ThinkPad? Those things are like bricks. Go grab one of those. Even the newer stuff. With a full depth keyboard? I believe so. Yeah, I don't think Dell's changed their keyboard for a long time. HP has some pretty thick mobile workstations. Good I/O too. Yeah. Yeah, XP. Why sell Windows 11 with 8 gigs of RAM? Especially these days. It should be at least 16, 32 on average. 64 to 128 on like the top end. If I didn't have a MacBook Pro, I'd have a ThinkPad X1 Carbon. No GPU, but still based. I could see that, Outlaw. I could see that. Okay, I've done that. Wait, what? You should try some Kozel Staropramen or plain. I don't know what you're talking about. Roll it back to Windows 10. Use Massgrave, if not automatically activated. Hacker on YouTube says just roll back to Windows 10 if you don't have enough RAM. Johnny says ThinkPads are pretty solid. The only reason I don't have one is their website screwed up my shipping address and they couldn't fix it, and the process was a disaster. So I went for System 76. I dual boot Windows and Linux. Windows Sleep doesn't work, but Linux does. Nice, Johnny. Nice. Yeah, the System 76 stuff is like, it's very, very good. Very good. Oh, just all around, very good. XP, I have 21 gigs of RAM, an 8-core CPU, and Radeon 580. It still says any better specs from Windows 11. It's kind of embarrassing for an OS to be so heavy. XP, I agree. I agree, man. The way we do software these days. I tweeted this the other day. I think it was yesterday or the day before. that if people knew my actual true unfiltered takes on the tech industry, I would have very few friends remaining. Very few viewers and very few friends. Because they're it's ridiculous. But I know some of you would be around. I know there'd be like, 10 of you who'd be like, yeah, I'm down. Will not upgrade to Win 11, yeah. When Win 10 hits end of life and go on Linux if there isn't something else. Unfortunately, I've already gone to Windows 11. I've already betrayed you all. I have betrayed you all. How does it feel to be betrayed? Outlaw, thanks for the follow just now, as I'm talking about betrayal. Tech from the 90s impresses me more than tech from today, purely because software was incredibly optimized to run on relatively low-powered hardware. Oh, Smudge. Oh, Smudge. Yeah, if you've been here for any more than 5 minutes on my stream, you know I agree with you. Essentially. No, it's okay, Outlaw. I appreciate it, man. Essentially, the entirety of my take is like the overarching theme of my take is that the tech industry is lazy. We're in the opposite of the golden age of tech, the opposite of the golden age, and we leave a lot of tech opportunities wasted on the ground because we're too stupid or lazy to do the right things with them. And that's not, it's just like the industry in general is what I'm talking about. And I hate it. I hate every minute of it. Ryan says he's pretty honest with his opinions. I mean, Ryan, should I just do a stream, a mental stream where I do like all my unfiltered takes on Twitter and just get it all out there and just see who's left, see who's standing? Because I have some spicy freaking takes. Still have people around. All 2 dozen, yeah. I mean, that aside, the software was designed by people who used it and weren't idiots. Arvis, yes. Yeah, Hacker, the Windows 11 indexing is terrible. It's super non-performant. I don't even try to use it. The only thing holding Windows together is its greediness. If they weren't so rich and keen on using everybody to prevent them from running software on other operating systems, then no one would use it. I think I agree, XP. I would be on a Linux machine of some kind. We're all on the same. Spicy takes can bring a ton of engagement. I mean, I guess it could. I suppose. Do you want to hear like an actual like? You don't want to keep people on who can't deal with differing opinions. Nightshade, yeah. Should I just go? You want to hear a few of my extremely spicy takes right now, like super spicy? Give us the spice. It could work out. Can we have a stream where we tell Satya and Adela to stop stiff? Since you and I are the only people who give a crap about Windows, yeah. Okay, super spicy take. Okay, there are, I can probably count on one hand the amount of people who stream or create video content about tech that actually contributes more positively than negatively to the entirety of the tech industry. Spicy take. Probably on one hand, maybe a little more. And some of them are here right now. React has been a literal cancer to the entire tech industry. Super, like, you know how much I hate React? I don't actually just hate it. I think it has been it has held back the tech industry by, I think, probably 20 to 30 years. We could be building things right now that are 20 to 30 years ahead of what we're seeing now, given all things equal, right? Don't take into account like exponential increase in whatever, etc., etc. React has been a cancer to the tech industry. It has created zombie thinking and delayed movement in especially in web development. I think it's actually regressed us. That's exactly why I haven't put any content out over a decade, just out of respect, because I have felt I do not have anything to contribute. Alchemist, I think if that's your thinking, then maybe you do have something to contribute, because at least you're going to give yourself second thought as to what it is you're contributing. Whereas other people just do it just to do it. And what they're doing is they're trying to figure out how to play the game, not how to provide value. The value comes second to playing the game. We could have flying cars by now. React ruined the word state for me. Yeah, I'd say it's held us back 10 years, but I agree. Okay, fair. So we could even split it and say 15. Industry is so tied into Windows, Autodesk, SolidWorks, all only run on Windows. Software for any industrial automation is Windows only. The physical engineering fields are trapped there. Yeah, Johnny, I agree. Ryan, it was the wrong direction. I mean, my computer is 10,000 times more powerful than my first computer, but a web page doesn't load any quicker. Right. So I guess if you consider we've been driving in the wrong direction for 15 years and need to drive back, then it is 30 years out. That's what I think. I think not only has it held us back, but it's actually regressed us. And I'm going to go one step further. And I'm going to say that React has caused not just a cancer to the progression of the tech industry, but also a cancer to the ability for us to produce programmers who know their crap. As a matter of fact, I think React introduced, I can probably pinpoint you to the point where React created boot camps that pumped out developers who have no idea what they're doing. And it's not necessarily because any one of them is smart and or stupid or anywhere in between. That's not what's going on. What's going on is that React opened this door into, it's okay if you're all lazy and stupid about the code you're generating. And then as soon as React started doing things like, hey, let's start doing stuff on the server side as well, and let's start, doing compilations like you would do with like a C program on your front-end web development, people started applying the context and the thinking of React into areas where they should never have been applied, including stuff outside of React. And then we had the proliferation of a whole bunch of libraries and frameworks trying to leech off of the success of React by solving one little tiny bitty problem, whatever the hell that was, and then blowing it up way beyond what it was supposed to be. And it just compounded the problem way more. And then that pattern of thinking extended into the entire tech industry as a whole. So then you have, I'm going to take a big freaking dump on Rust. Rust is going nowhere. Rust might be a good language now, and all you Rust crustaceans might be really happy with the state of Rust the way it is right now, but I'm telling you, it's going to go the way of React and Angular and jQuery and all these other languages that everybody thought they were the bee's knees, and maybe it takes 6 months, maybe it takes 10 years, but they will go away. And Rust will die in a fiery ball of flames. Mark my words. I say it all the time, React causes brain rot. The reason those industries are... Oh yeah, I already read that. That's one of the... Unix dropped the ball on that. They didn't... So Windows played the business game really well. Unix didn't. Right? And yeah, Ryan, maybe I should just go out and say it on Twitter. Outlaw. This is all true. Well, I don't want to do web dev, but I'm not smart enough for embedded. Hecker, React is a front-end library framework. Hecker's on YouTube. Hell yeah, all my homies say it, Russ. Yeah. Tech and politics don't go well together. They sure do, man. You'll see. Words marked. You have a whole generation of devs who think you shouldn't roll your own off. It's too hard. Pay for this service and then write the same amount of code to integrate as it would take just to write some off. Yes. And I currently have an issue where there are some people who think that paying for a third-party service saves them time. But more often than not every time, more often than not, those third-party services have some quirk or some issue or some dependency or some downtime that you have to account for that would have been better served if you had taken the time up front to build it yourself. But it's this generation of thinking where it's like, someone's already done the work for me. I don't need to think. Someone did the thinking for me. All I have to do is copy the code. Really? Hey, that's Rust you're talking about. I would rather slow down if you want to keep all your figures. I can either do Rust or Python or JS at work. Is Jeff an option? Yes, but I'll slow down. Nightshade, I hear you, man. I do like SSO as a consumer. Sure. UNPM install it. Yeah, Hecker's like that. Hecker on YouTube's like, yeah, that's why I just went back to rigging and animating 3D models. Yeah. Need to pad some strings from the left. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. I have a solution. A 600,000 line library to do just that for you with 6,000 external dependencies. Right. And see, it's, I actually think that it started with the front end, that it started with things like React and NPM and those kinds of libraries and infrastructures. And then the principal type of thinking seeped its way into other languages. I'm going to say like Rust. Not in exactly the same way, but the principal thinking seeped into other languages. And somehow proliferated throughout the entire industry, whether you're doing front end or not. Because of the type of thinking. It introduced a type of thinking where you don't have to think anymore. That's what it is. Someone did the work for you. You don't have to think about it. I mean, call me crazy, but I would like to put some responsibility on my developers, on the people who are touching the code, and say to my developers, actually, you should be thinking about it. It's your job. It's why I pay you. And I want you to care about the code you produce. Railchad programmers write their own language. Write an OS on it. Then write all the programs and drivers. Yeah. And then the self-made. Exactly. Yeah. The number of packages that a Rust program pulls in is crazy. Yeah. The web really was a mistake. Yeah. Yeah. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. I think Rust is going to die. I think React is on its way out. I think they made a seriously terrible move with React Server Components. They've made some terrible moves in recent history, but I think React Server Components are probably the worst thing they've done to date. I don't know I have no idea how anybody can look at React Server Components and go, yeah, this is sane. Okay, so Ryan, let me be let me be a bit more clear. Given the right amount of time, they will die, as I have seen other terrible frameworks and languages die in a similar fashion. Sometimes it takes months, sometimes it takes years. That's really what I'm trying to say. There are some things that have stood the test of time. For example, can anybody think of just one language that's still here to this day? Multi-decadal longevity. One. And yeah, I do think HTML hypermedia is the future. C. Even JavaScript. Lisp. I know Ryan's got one locked and loaded. Come on, Ryan. I know you've got one locked and loaded. JavaScript, yeah. C++, yeah. And binary. Erlang, Haskell, Nightshade, Python. Yeah. And you know why? Like there's shut up, Adarass. There is a commonality to the languages that have longevity. And there is a commonality to the languages that die given enough time. Resistors and capacitors. Oh, chat. Erlang can't die. Erlang is Sauron. I'll just restart. Is it just that you don't get screwed around with? Whoa. Hang on. Whoa, Adaraz. Whoa, hot take incoming. Elixir is dying? Based on what? Adoraz, that's a hot take, man. Based on what? Like, I don't have enough to, like, argue with you. World's communications have crashed and burned. Nightshade, I agree. But there's also, like, why were they used for that to begin with? There's some consistency that comes with those languages that they get to be used at that capacity. And I'm not sure about Elixir. I'm not sure about Elixir. I think Elixir has staying power. I could be wrong because I honestly don't know enough about it. And yeah, Nightshade, you're right. Ryan's Rage does have fueling power for Elixir. Like the Green Lantern movie with Ryan Reynolds, or like it was like people's emotions that fed the power of like the bad guy or whatever. That's Elixir. I know everyone loves to hate on Python, but I love it so much. I learned so much from it. I glued so many things together. Would I use it for something that I need high performance? No, but it's so often the right tool for the job for me. Johnny, this is the thing, is there's a point where a language doesn't take itself too seriously so that it achieves particular goals very well. So Go is another example of Python. I would say that Go and Python serve a similar kind of undertone, which is they're both really good at being mid. I think Melky would agree with me on that. I think I literally stole that from Melky, actually. They're good at being mid, which means that they're good at doing things in a like okay fashion, generally. And so you feel productive with them, and there's certain level of production you do get out of them. But then when you get to a certain point, you realize, oh wait, I wouldn't actually use this to achieve this thing in full. There's Bad Cop. Hey, Bad Cop. They're both useless. Yeah, they're both useless. So Python and Go have their place, right? C#, I actually do feel the same way about C#. Where C# was, there's something about C# where for whatever reason, C# did not take itself too seriously. C# didn't come out the gates going like, I'm going to take down C and C++ and all these other languages and whatever. I'm going to take them all down. I'm going to be the one to rule them all. C# was just like, I'm here and I do some stuff well and some stuff not. And I'm kind of fun to use sometimes. And that's about it. It's like, I did my job. I'm out of here, boys. And then that's it. And it did it. And it's like, it's not so bad. It's dece, right? It's dece. Python is the best language to learn programming. Yeah, I agree. Python is the best language, in my opinion, to learn programming. It's a great intro language. Hacker on YouTube says we still use Python for simple scripted expressions when rigging. There you go. So even in 3D model rigging. It's a good way to get something up and running. A little more refined than something like Python, in my opinion. C#, sure. Except for NPCs. It's confused and hurting itself in confusion. Thanks, Microsoft. I mean, currently, maybe it's going through some weird growth spurt, but... Hey, Bad Cop, how you doing? Good to see you. Python is bash for noobs. Bad Cop has all the best takes. Between Bad Cop, Nightshade, and Ryan, we've got, like, the legends of bad takes. So Bad Cop... Ryan is recommending that I just go on Twitter and I just like do like an unfiltered stream of all my hottest unfiltered tech takes. And just who cares if I lose a vast majority of my friends. Yeah, I don't love the way C# is heading lately, but I do appreciate cross-platform support with .NET. I can appreciate that smudge. Legends of good takes, yeah. Bash hurts my brain. Read-only bash. Noobs bash pythons. You'll start seeing Candy Crush running in Visual Code soon. Bash is right only. .NET Core is a disaster. .NET Core... Not. 30 different build targets. Great framework. Good old Perl had it figured out. Python is Bash for noobs. Bash is Perl for noobs. Yeah. Yeah. I wonder what would be Perl then. Man, Perl hasn't been around in a long time. Whatever happened to Perl? I remember doing programming in Perl. That was a while ago. Perl is regex. You use Perl if you use Git. Wait, what? Wait, Johnny. Is that true? Does Git use Perl? Perl mentioned. Macmillan Dev. Any porcelain commands are Perl? What? What the heck? I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I'm calling lies. I'm at the risk of exiling Johnny from chat. I'm calling him a liar. %5.3% Perl. Damn it! Git Bash on Windows ships with Perl for a reason. I didn't even know that, Johnny. I had no idea. Now that I'm thinking about it, .NET Core feels like a lot like Microsoft wanted to copy Python, yeah. Can I get you to react to an ancient blog post? Sure, bad cop, sure. Shoot it over. Maybe they've cleaned it up a bit, but it defo used to be. What if I get his 38% shell? Bad cop wins. Bad cop wins. It's one of my favorites of all time. All right. From 2009. Hang on. From 2009. A brief, incomplete, and mostly wrong history of programming languages by James, I want to say Irie. I'm sorry if I got it wrong, James. Hopefully you're still with us on this mortal coil, so you can correct my pronunciation of your name. Okay, I'm gonna read it nice and slow. I'm gonna give Bad Cop everything. Okay, full experience here. 1801. Joseph Marie Jacquard uses punch cards to instruct a loom to weave Hello World into a tapestry. That's crazy. Redditors of the time are not impressed due to the lack of tail call recursion, concurrency, or proper capitalization. True, already based in true, already. 1842. Ada Lovelace writes the first program. She's hampered in her efforts by the minor inconvenience that she doesn't have any actual computers to run her code. Enterprise architects will later relearn her techniques in order to program in UML. 1936. Alan Turing invents every programming language that will ever be, but is shanghaied by British intelligence to be 007 before he can patent them. 1936. Alonzo Church also invents every language that will ever be, but does it better. His lambda calculus is ignored because it is insufficiently C-like, which is the problem with physics these days. This criticism occurs in spite of the fact that C has not yet been invented. Alonzo learned C before he learned lambda calculus. 1940s. Various computers are programmed using direct wiring and switches. Engineers do this in order to avoid tabs versus spaces debate, which probably doesn't even work. 1957, John Backus and IBM create Fortran. There's nothing funny about IBM or Fortran. It is a syntax error to write Fortran while not wearing a blue tie. Your compiler won't even compile. 1958, John McCarthy and Paul Graham invent Lisp due to high costs caused by a post-war depletion of the strategic parentheses reserve. Lisp never becomes popular. There's even a reference. There's a freaking reference here to something. Footnotes. Fortunately for computer science, the supply of curly braces and angle brackets remains high. In spite of its lack of popularity, Lisp, now Lisp or sometimes Arc, not the Linux, in spite of its lack of popularity, Lisp remains an influential language in key algorithmic techniques such as recursion and condescension. Good night, Outlaw. Have a good night, man. 1959, after losing a bet with L. Ron Hubbard, Grace Hopper and several other sadists invent the capitalization of boilerplate-oriented language COBOL. Years later, in a misguided and sexist retaliation against Admiral Hopper's COBOL work, Ruby conferences frequently feature misogynistic material, which they do today. 1964, John Kemeny and Thomas Kurtz create BASIC, an unstructured programming language for non-computer scientists. No code, low code. 1965, Kemeny and Kurtz go to 1964. 1970, Guy Steele and Gerald Sussman create Scheme. Their work leads to a series of Lambda, the ultimate, papers claiming in Lambda, the ultimate kitchen utensil. This paper becomes the basis for a long-running but ultimately unsuccessful run of late-night infomercials. Lambdas are relegated to relative obscurity until Java makes them popular by not having them. 1970, Nicholas Wirth creates Pascal, a procedural language. Critics immediately denounce Pascal because it uses x semicolon equals x plus y syntax instead of the more familiar C-like x equals x plus y. This criticism happens in spite of the fact that C has not yet been invented. Dennis Ritchie in 1972 invents a powerful gun that shoots both forward and backwards simultaneously. Not satisfied with the number of deaths and permanent maimings from the invention, he invents C and Unix. Ritchie was like, you know what? There is not enough suffering in this world. Ritchie looked at the world. He's like, the days of Mao, the days of Hitler, the days of Soviet Russia, back in the days when the revolution, the American Revolution, so much death and destruction, the bubonic plague, not enough. Not enough people have suffered and died. It is my job on this planet to create C and Unix so as to cause exactly the movie he probably saw. It through time travel. Star Wars 1: A New Hope. When Obi-Wan Kenobi was sitting in the Millennium Falcon and the planet was exploded and Obi-Wan said, I feel a disturbance in the Force, like millions of voices crying out in pain. That is what Obi-Wan felt when Ritchie created C and Unix. 1972, Alain Kolmararer designs the logic language Prolog. His goal is to create a language with intelligence of a 2-year-old. He proves he has reached his goal by showing a prologue session that says no to every query. You know what the teenager version of this would be? It just says, I don't know, to everything. 1973, Robin Milner creates ML, a language based on the M&M type theory. What? ML begets SML, which has a formally specified semantics. When asked for a formal semantics of the formal semantics, Milner's head explodes. Brain splattered all over the walls. Other well-known languages in the ML family include OCaml, F#, and Visual Basic. 1980, Alan Kay creates Smalltalk and invents the term object-oriented. When asked what that means, he replies, Smalltalk programs are just objects. When asked what objects are made of, he replies, objects. When asked again, he says, look, it's all objects all the way down until you reach turtles. I'm going to be honest. I mean, I don't understand why people thought Kay was not revolutionary for his time. 1983, in honor of Ada Lovelace's ability to create programs that never run, Gene Ichibaya, I'm sorry, and the U.S. Department of Defense created the Ada programming language. In spite of the lack of evidence that any significant Ada program is ever completed, historians believe Ada to be a successful public works project that keeps several thousand roving defense contractors out of gangs. I can tell you Ada Lovelace's programming language saved me from a gang. You want to know what gang it was? C#. 1983. Bjorn Stroustrup bolts everything he's ever heard of onto C to create C++. There is a son of... That one got me. I tried keeping it together, but that one got me. The resulting language is so complex that programs must be sent to the future to be compiled by Skynet. Build times suffer. Skynet's motives for performing the service remain unclear, but spokespeople from the future say there is nothing to be concerned about, baby, in an Australian accent and monotones. There is nothing to worry about, the baby. There is Austrian, not Australian. There's nothing to worry about, the baby. There's some speculation that Skynet is nothing more than a pretentious buffer overruns. "1986, Brad Cox and Tom Love create Objective-C, announcing this language has the memory safety of C combined with all the blazing speed of Smalltalk. Modern historians suspect the two were dyslexic." 1987, Larry Wall falls asleep and hits Larry Wall's forehead on the keyboard. Upon waking, Larry Wall decides that the string of characters on Larry Wall's monitor isn't random, but an example program in a programming language that God wants his prophet, Larry Wall, to design. Perl is born. Listen, I take offense to this one. Perl brought me tens of dollars in income when I was first starting out as a programmer. 1990, a committee formed by Simon Peyton Jones, Paul Hudak, Philip Wadler, Ashton Kutcher, and People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals creates Haskell, a pure, non-strict functional language. Haskell gets some resistance due to the complexity of using monads to control side effects. Wadler tries to appease critics by explaining that a monad is a monoid in the category of endofunctors. What's the problem? What is the problem? That's a perfect explanation. 1991, Dutch programmer Guido van Rossum travels to Argentina for a mysterious operation. He returns with a large cranial scar, invents Python, is declared dictator for life by legions of followers, and announces to the world that there is indeed only one way to do it. Poland becomes nervous. 1995. At a neighborhood Italian restaurant, Rasmus Lerdorf realizes that his plate of spaghetti is an excellent model for understanding the World Wide Web, and that web applications should mimic their medium. On the back of his napkin, which, by the way, is just full of spaghetti juice, He designs programmable hyperlinked pasta, PHP. PHP documentation remains on that napkin to this day, and is in fact the only way to write true PHP. 1995. Yukihiro Mad Mats Matsumoto creates Ruby to avert some vaguely unspecified apocalypse that will leave Australia a desert run by mohawked warriors and Tina Turner. The language is later renamed Ruby on Rails because it's off the rails and completely unhinged by its real inventor, David Heinemeier Hansen. The bit about Matsumoto inventing a language called Ruby never happened and better be removed in the next version of this article, DHH. 1995. Brendan Eich reads up on every mistake ever made in designing a programming language, invents a few more, and creates LiveScript. Holy crap, this couldn't be. This is so true that even though it's false, it's true. Later, in an effort to cash in on the popularity of Java, the language is renamed JavaScript. I didn't think it could get more true. Within one sentence, it just got more true. Later still, in an effort to cash in on the popularity of skin disease, the language is named ECMAScript. ECMAScript. 1996. James Gosling, father of Ryan Gosling, invents Java. Java is a relatively verbose, garbage-collected, class-based, statically typed, single dispatch, object-oriented language with single implementation, inheritance, and multiple inheritance. Sun loudly heralds Java's novelty. 2001. Anders Hellsberg invents C#. C# is a relatively verbose, garbage-collected, class-based, statically typed, single dispatch, object-oriented language with single implementation inheritance and multiple inheritance. Microsoft loudly heralds C#'s novelty. Java goes in a corner and cries to its mom. And its dad walks in and says, "Grow a pair and get out of the house." 2003. A drunken Martin Odursky sees a Reese's peanut butter cup and, featuring somebody's peanut butter getting on somebody else's chocolate, has an idea. He creates Scala, a language that unifies constructs from both object-oriented and functional languages. This pisses off both groups, and each promptly declares jihad. And to this day, at the ripe old age of 40 in the year 2024, we are seeing this war play out. No more languages came after that, yeah. We can have a battle right now between Ryan and anybody who uses anything object-oriented. We need to see Rust and Zig added to this history. They're too new. There's even an edit log. Yeah, you guys should learn Scala together. If you and Ryan did a stream where you learned punch card programming together, I'm just saying, you'd be raking in the dough. Think of the sweet, sweet money. All those subs. Tex-Mex. The first time chat, I'd watch that. You think I don't already know how to punch cards? Then Bad Cop, do a stream explaining it to us noobs. Tex-Mex would watch that. I'd pay subs for that. I'd gift you subs for that. How do punch cards work? Okay, I was bluffing. Oh, soon as I put money down, Bad Cop's like, no, I'm sorry. I mean, that would be dope. Hey, One Salty. How you doing, man? Hey, Tex-Mex, thanks for being here, bud. Thanks for the chat. Hope you're doing well tonight. Tex, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that, man. Nightshade would ban you from your own stream. Yeah, Nightshade likes to do that. Nightshade is indeed the most powerful mod in the entire tech category. It's true. He can ban streamers from their own streams. Who doesn't know punch cards? I mean, I do a little bit, but I think if Bad Cop and Ryan teamed up and learned it thoroughly, we would get like such a deep understanding of punch cards. Like we would be shocked. I'll ping him the next time you get unhinged. Yeah. Yeah, if I ever get unhinged, you call on Nightshade. And Nightshade swoops in, he fixes it all. Doesn't matter who it is. Nightshade, I think the only person you're not a mod of is Thor, Pirate Software. But like, Tej, Prime, I think even Melky, I'm pretty sure. Anyway. All you need is your fist and a bunch of cards, you're good to go. Yeah, XP. I would fully understand when my college professors are complaining about if I got to experience punch cards. Tax-Max. Look, if Bad Cop and Ryan aren't going to do it, I think maybe I'll do it. Not sure if you're a Melky mod. I don't know. Just one monitor for the entire category. Just one. And Nightshade mods. You know what I'm saying? Nightshade mods. When you only need one monitor, And you know what Nightshade calls his monitor? He actually has a label for it. At the bottom, like at the bottom of the screen, he's got like a sticky note label. He just labels the monitor hall monitor. Get it? Because he's like he monitors the halls of tech. And it's a monitor. Punch cards will run because they don't want to get punched. I mean, that'd be a pretty cool trick. There's a Jackward Lumen that's starting museum, Tiny Kids Museum, worth checking out on Dad Duty. Yeah, okay. I will check it out, Johnny. Adaraz, you shouldn't stream. Don't stream, Adaraz. You're too degen. Okay, Ryan. Have a good night. Thanks for the raid, man. I'm probably gonna end my stream here in 20 minutes too. Here, I've got a few things to do, but I'm gonna have a much longer stream tomorrow. That's what separates you from AI. Yeah. You sit and think about what you've done. Yeah. Is there a monitor behind the normal monitor? Yeah. Why am I getting this notification? This is very weird. Oh, that's why. Windows is being weird. Got it. Okay. I'm bad to the bone. I'm going to go too. It was great hanging out. Thanks for being here, Johnny. I appreciate it. No, it's okay, Arvis. It's okay. Don't worry about it. It's a very weird notification, but it's Windows being weird. It glitched out. It was an old notification. So, in case I feel left out. Bad Cop ain't playing around. Bad Cop does not play around. Bad Cop's not kidding. Look, like There's a light. Okay, right there. Can we... So this is steam. Okay, so bad cop's got steam going. Am I not supposed to use deodorant? I don't know. What kind? Let's see if we can figure out what kind. What kind of deodorant does bad cop use? It looks like just regular Dove. Looks like just regular Dove. And what's this here? Is this like toothbrush? Looks like toothbrushes. Cucumbers. This looks like toothbrushes. Bad cop, do you brush your teeth directly on the table? Some pencils I haven't opened. There's a drink, which is like soy fart. Bunch of chopsticks. Let's find the tissue box. Okay, there's like, I don't know, some cold medicine. Yeah, there's an artificial intelligence book. Soylent and Monster, got it. And the monitors on top of it. Artificial intelligence. That's what they're good for. There's a dial, probably for like volume and stuff. Okay, I mean, who doesn't have medication these days? Lots of people do. I won't make fun of that. That's not fair. There's a pair of glasses back there, I think. I don't know what these are. That kind of looks like something you talk to, and that looks like maybe like a water bottle thing. There's a light switch thingy, buzzer thingy. There's a NASA control panel. One is a speaker, one is a water bottle. Yeah. Stack of towels on the bed. One of them is used. Yeah. Yeah. There's a couple of gaming controllers. There's some vitamins. There's probably the modem. There's Lapras, yeah. There's a Canon. Second computer, okay. Fingernails in a jar in the corner. Some skeletons, yeah. Some embryos. There's Spotify, it looks like. Not sure what this is. Back to the NASA control panel. Headphones, a secret lab chair, cool. A mess of wires. Some corpses, yeah. There's a face down Elgato thing, which I think is literally just taped together with electrical tape. I'm pretty sure. A box with something else. Probably like a laundry basket. Yeah. Yeah. All right. It's a foot pedal? Okay. That's a pad. It's a very dirty pad. Guys, look at this. Guys, look at the grill. Even the grill is like, help me. Even the grill is like, please. It looks like it's got two eyes, and one got punched. And the grill is like, please. She hits me. You're so tall. Should I show the one? Who sent it? NPM sent it. NPM, should I show yours? They are very tall. They've got legs for days. Are you guys ready to see NPMs? Guys, this is an utter mess. It's way worse. Look. It's a MacBook. There are like no wires. There's a dock. There's the time up here. There's a bookshelf back here. As if NPM actually reads anything. Look at that soy boy setup. You didn't even review your mobile setup? Wait. You have a mobile setup? Is that a different link there, Bad Cop? Like, link me, Bad Cop. I'll review your mobile setup. No prob. Soy dev. Hit me. All right, let's see. Look, you guys want to see Bad Cops? Look at that. Look at Bad Cop's mobile setup. Come on. Come on. Look at the beauty behind this. This is fantastic. This is the best mobile setup I've ever seen. You just need a folding phone. Now, Nightshade, dude. Nightshade, I'm going to show this, all right? Are we doing this? Is everyone just going to share? Okay, here we go. But it's a Chinese laptop, yeah, hacker. Okay, so here we go. This is Nightshade's. 2 monitors side by side. Okay, plus a like a landscape mode Dell. Okay, let's have a look. Kinesis. Laptop over here, blurred out for obvious reasons. The mouse, I actually like this mouse. I have one over here. It's a Logitech sideways one. It's very nice. It's good for your wrist. There's even an extra pad over here. Look, extra numkey pad. Look at that. There's the extension, USB extension, right? There's a stand for something, another keyboard of some kind. There's the PC with a DVD drive. There's the Avalanche hockey team. Stand-up desk, electrical. Okay, there's a coffee cup. There is a weird bottle full of white stuff. A few pens. It looks like an inhaler. This looks like a lamp. It's the glue heats modding our channels. Yeah. If you live in Colorado without lotion, you're lying to yourself. If you live in degen land without lotion, you're also lying to yourself. You need lots of lotion. Nice big water bottle. Star Wars, that's great. Let's see. It's January. So Nightshade, I don't know if you know, but it's April. Okay, so that's Nightshade. And then there's just like a little extra Mac monitor here, just for the looks. Just so Nightshade can say he can. Ryan Winchester. How do I do this? How do I open this in another tab? Oh, I can zoom in over here. Stupid iCloud. All right. So what do we got here? What do we got? Amazon Echo Dot. Okay, so there's Twitch chat, right? There's me. This is old. This is way old. There's some terminal. There's like something going on up there. There's GitHub over here. Aw, okay. Guys. Look. I don't know how I'm supposed to be able. There we go. Look at this. Merry Christmas, love, Maddie. Guys, if that isn't the cutest thing, right next to a floppy disk. Right next to a floppy disk. The cutest little card, probably from his daughter. Probably from his daughter. That warms my heart. Right next to a floppy. And a little clipper thing. And a Yeti jar. And his power fist. And a Razer mouse. With the, what is, I don't even know what this keyboard is. Okay, and then I think this looks like, I don't know, something. And then an echo dot, I guess. Yeah, it would be an echo dot. Elgato mic. Freestyle? I don't, might be the freestyle, might be the Kinesis freestyle. Pronounced beef something? Beef ass? Is he looking at a repo called Beef Ass? Look, I think it's Beef Ass. Beef Ass. Ryan's looking at a repo called Beef Ass. It's Beef Ass. How could it not be anything else? What is there to explain? It's called Beef Ass. Beef Ass and the Power Fist next to the floppy disk, next to his daughter's very cute card. Unhinged. So unhinged. Wow. Wow. We've learned a lot about everyone today. We've learned bad cop keeps used towels right next to good towels and uses our AI books for monitor stands. We've learned NPM does not know how to code. Doesn't even have the setup for it. We've learned that Nightshade uses a DVD CD and has a lot of lotion in his room. And we've learned that Ryan likes beef ass. You guys all claim to have wives. I don't believe any of you. Okay, I'll stop using towels and deodorant, I guess. I mean, bad cop. I think we would all feel a lot better if you would stop doing that. Now you're getting it, yeah. NPM, imagine thinking more monitors means you're more smarter. Oh, man. Guys, what you know what you don't understand? If anybody's watching right now and you don't know the life of a real GigaChad programmer, you've just got a glimpse. You gotta smell like one, yeah. Need more. That's the problem, bad cop. You're not blocking out enough sunlight. Beef. Ryan went to find beef ass and is now spamming it in chat. We're getting beef assed all over the place here. We're just getting beef assed everywhere. Ryan's just beef assing everyone. Just beef ass all over. We should not have challenged Ryan. We shouldn't have. Now it's just beef ass everywhere. Beef ass all the way down until you find turtles. That's what it is. The world's just beef ass. Read what it is. Should I just pull it up? All right. With the last few minutes of the stream, I'll finish off on a very nice beef ass, overview. And beef ass could be a banger song. Can't read about BFAST. It's a family channel. Yeah, it is a family channel. You're right. Look, but Tex-Mex. Listen, it's a beef as a service. It's bash as a surface. I just had to say that. Listen, bash as a service. Isn't this a terrible idea? Yes. Don't just deploy this app any old place. It's designed to run in fly machines. The process exits after it runs a user script, and the rootfs is reset before the VM starts a backup. Beef as a service, yeah. Okay. So it's literally just bash functions as a service. And you just run a bash function, and you set a timeout, which seems to have a default, and you just do whatever the heck you want in a VM. Can I ask something? Why is it 94% TypeScript? Roast my 2017 setup. Setup got buried in BFAS. Look at this. Look at this. It's a Raspberry Pi. It's the Pi OS. It's an old school version of the Pi OS. Of the Raspberry OS? Is that what it is? Raspberry OS? Okay. It's one of the, these are Google things. I know they're Google things. There's the Raspberry Pi with HDMI out and an enclosure with the keyboard and the modem. I'm not going to lie. Bad cop. That is a good setup. I like that. Okay, oh smudge, let's see. Whoa, oh smudge. Dude. Okay, hang on. Oh smudge, do you stream? Dude, check this out. It's so clean. It's so just like, you don't stream? Why don't you stream? You have the setup for it. The wires are all nice. It's super simple and straightforward. There's some underwear down here. Look, guys, look. Do you see what this guy did with his cords? It's just 2 cords. He went through the trouble of zap strapping into the 2 cords because he was like, no, this has to be neat. It's 2 cords under the table. Who the hell cares? This guy cares. I want Osmudge coding for me. I want Osmudge coding for me. Dude. Look at the underneath of mine. Okay, let me pull yours up. Hang on. Because I lost it already. You're right up. Here you go. The underneath of yours, it's really hard to, I mean, you've done some, I can tell you've done some management. On top of the desk, Nightshade, not so much. But it's kind of hard to tell under here. Although I can kind of tell that strictly by like how tight the wires are together, you've probably done something. You must have funneled them into a singular place and then kind of like led them down. Imagine having a single wire. Wouldn't be me, MPM. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty nice. That's pretty nice. I gotta admit, that's pretty nice. All I'm saying is that Smudge has you beat, Nightshade. He did everything. he took care of business. He took care of all the business. Even here. Guys, look at this. Even here. Okay, let me check out Bad Cops 2016 setup. What? Why? Bad Cop. Why? I mean, this is clean. This is tight. I like it. It's clean. It's tight. It's nice. It's sweet. I really like this. But why? Also, where's the PC or the laptop or whatever? I don't actually remember why. Quick snack access. And what do you got running here? What are you playing? PC's on the floor to the left. Okay. Oh, is this just... Is this stream big mode? Counter-Strike. Okay. CSGO. Okay. My bad. Nice with an Asus monitor. Asus, whatever. So the thing was like down here. Got it. And you can see a little bit of like, living room, people hung out. Yeah. Nice. Guys, we have some really nice setups here. Really nice stuff. Oops. BFAS. It's been downhill since. BFAS, everyone. We're going to end it on BFAS. Listen, I got 4 hours in. That's not bad. That's more than I thought I was going to get. I'm going to go. I'm really tired. I've had a long 3 days. I'm going to go rest up, chill out. I'm going to be back tomorrow early. I'm going to have a much longer stream than my usual going nuts. Maybe I'll do 72 hours. Something like that. I'll figure it out. But I'm going to rest up. And we're going to do some literate programming with normal stuff tomorrow. It'll help me fall asleep easier, XP. I'll check it out off stream. 128-hour stream, yeah. So listen, folks. 256-hour stream, yeah. I'm PM, by the way. I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you, man. Okay, I'm gonna raid out infinite stream, just nonstop streaming. $2015 setup, damn it! Just as I'm raiding out, fine. What's your 2015 setup? The end of time stream. Ah, okay. How are you supposed to how Hacker says leave the stream on while you sleep from YouTube. I can't do that. It's a no-no in streaming land. Rudimentary neural network. So fresh-faced. I know, right? It doesn't even look like Ryan. It doesn't look like Ryan anymore. Watch Ryan stream today and look at this. It's like, what happened, bro? What went wrong? Back when he had a soul still, yeah. Back when there was life in him. Back when he had hope. Back before Elixir. And then what happened? Hacker might turn into an IRL streamer, yeah. It's terrible. That was my first kid. It's the damn Elixirs, yeah. 2 more kids happen, yeah. Yeah. And Ryan wasn't even involved in the other 2 kids. At least this one he was involved in. The other 2 just kind of came out of nowhere. He's like, what the heck? I wasn't even here last night, hon. Because, the kids pop out the day after. As anyone who's had kids will tell you. The solar keyboard, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Who am I gonna raid out to? Nightshade, it's happening again. You gotta come control. You gotta come control me. Let's talk about BFAS some more. I'll let it slide this time. Raid you, Bad Cop. Are you on? If you're on, I will happily give you a raid, Bad Cop. Hecker on YouTube. Thanks for being on. I can't do a constant stream because there's so much time in between. People would leave. It's not a good way to do a stream. So I'll end the stream. I'll raid out. But Hecker, thanks for being there on YouTube, bud. Thank God we're back to BFAS. Stream normal. You have to turn on the OBS and stuff. Okay. So we're gonna let Bad Cop spin up the stream, and then we'll raid Bad Cop. Because why wouldn't we? Let's be honest. Bad Cop is like tons of fun to watch. So yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. I'm gonna be going back to the game. I'm gonna be doing Laravel HTMX stuff. I'm gonna be doing the literate programming stuff. I'll be on for quite a while, and we'll have some more fun. And maybe tomorrow I will actually get some work done. HTMX big swag. Yeah, NPM. I know you're doing HTMX stuff too, which is pretty cool. The Pong stuff. Well, you call it Pong, but sometimes I catch you and you're not doing it at all. Bad Cop is basically BFAS, bash functions as a service. Especially with that mustard thing. What was it, the hot dog thing? Where you call the hot dog URL and it just pulls it in? Not revealing anything, but I interviewed the HTMX guy for my podcast next Monday. Dude, NPM, nice. Good job, NPM. I'm looking forward to seeing that, man. Hot dog ass. Oh, you're speaking at the conference, NPM? Nice. Hey, someone asked me if I was going to the React Miami conference. Who was it? I completely forgot that. I was planning on going. Yeah, I had everything planned to go. My situation's changed since last year, and especially in the last few weeks, just with life. And I just can't afford to go right now. And some like that's not the only thing. There's some other stuff, but I won't talk about the other stuff. But another aspect is I can't afford to go. It's super expensive. And as much as I would have liked to have gone, I just can't pull it off. And I have to keep the work that I have is helping me to make it. So I need to keep it, and I need to like treat it as if it's the only thing I have going for me right now. So it means that I unfortunately cannot go to the Miami conference. Otherwise, I'd be taking a plane out tomorrow and going. It is what it is. Okay. Okay, Bad Cop is live. How's the April refactor going? I forgot to ask. The April refactor. Not very well. Not very well. I'm behind. I don't know. Like it's nobody's fault. It's just circumstances in life. Yeah, the Laravel day job. Yeah. Circumstances in life have somehow post-eclipse have converged to make it so that it's almost impossible for me to get what I need to get done throughout my regular day, which means like streaming is like I can't even stream. I can't even think about streaming. I have to just, after like 16 hours of whatever, I have to try and squeeze in another 2 hours to try and keep up with work. Anyway, it's just been crazy. It's been really crazy. Um, so I'm hoping that's turned around now, and I still have half of April. Okay, we're gonna raid Bad Cop. I'm gonna go get some rest. I'm gonna chill out. I will see you all tomorrow. I know it sucks to hear, but it's just the way it is. I'll be fine. Like it's really not the end of the world. There are way worse things it could be. It's just somehow life is conspiring to not let me get anything done. We're gonna raid Bad Cop. Let me set that up. I go raid Bad Cop. And yeah, so I'll see you all tomorrow. Much earlier. Hopefully, I'll talk to a lot more of you throughout the day, and I'll do more stuff. I'll do more coding. We'll get some things done. We'll go back to working on the chess game, on the boat chess game. You know, all that good stuff. And I'll have to get some work done too. So we'll do that. Yeah, have a good night or a good day or wherever it is. Let's make sure to say hi to Bad Cop and enjoy yourselves over there. Peace out. And by the way, you guys are all awesome.